Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551 Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, April 4th, 2024 at 6:04 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, and Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T UVerse. Closed caption English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. So welcome and thank you for joining us. So next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing directly to the school board. We have time for up to 60 speakers. I think we have about 50 tonight. So as a reminder, the district continues to provide time during the regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote. And I also wanted to let you know that the board will consider a policy change this month that would extend the time to sign up for public comment. I believe it will start a little bit earlier, and this would possibly make it a little easier for our employees in particular who are working during our normal sign-up times, and it would allow for both in-person and recorded comments at board information sessions. So this is an opportunity tonight for the board to take part in listening to our community. While we wish we could respond or provide feedback, we are required to limit our questions or our requests for clarification or follow up directly to the administration. Members of the public who are wishing to participate in the public comment portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to audio record their remarks. So we will now play the recorded messages for public comment, so please listen carefully.
I'm Susan Moffitt, community member, urging you to keep family resource centers with Austin Voices, which has run them successfully for years. CIS is a great group, but has little experience with FRCs. Austin Voices has built an outstanding record over a decade and a half, earning national recognition and major grants. The trust that AV has built with these school communities has taken years. The switch to CIS would disrupt already fragile campuses. AISD provides just 13% of the funding for FRCs. The rest comes from Austin Voices and over 100 community partners that they have brought in, including City of Austin and Travis County. Will this funding continue without AV? Has CIS committed in writing to continuing all programs Austin Voices provides at the same level? The backup is silent, and the scoring in the backup simply defies common sense. This proposed switch is baffling and destabilizing. For the sake of students and families, please do not support it. Thank you very much.
This is Teresa Chapa. I am part of the AISD community as I live across the street from Aikens High School. I am calling to ask that the district stop the building of cell phone towers at AISD schools. The placement of these cell towers in such close proximity to schools and their neighborhoods is alarming. Cell phone towers decrease property values. Cell phone towers are extremely damaging to one's health. Electromagnetic frequencies cause cancer, heart disease, diabetes, neurological conditions, and many other health issues. Close to Aikens High School, we already have cell towers less than a mile away. The City of Austin is blanketed with cell phone towers and antennas for connectivity. The school community and residents' health and quality of life should be priority number one, not making money from the placement of cell phone towers. You have a moral obligation to put students and the school community's safety first. If not cell phone towers, what is the alternative? Fiber optics. Fiber lines are safer for our health and the environment. Fiber optics offer faster speed and connectivity. Please stop the construction of cell phone towers.
Hola, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Eva Marroquín. Soy madre de familia de un estudiante de la Escuela Navarro. Estoy dejando este mensaje para pedir de corazón que no permitan que Austin Voices salga de las escuelas. Realmente Austin Voices me ha ayudado mucho como líder comunitario en mi escuela. Soy un líder de bloques de padres de familia. He apoyado la mayoría de veces de eventos en las escuelas. ellos me han enseñado a ser una promotora de salud. Trabajé con las vacunas del COVID, ayudé a desarrollar varios eventos dentro de las escuelas. Y con la ayuda de Austin Voices he aprendido a ayudar a otros padres de familia, a hacer llamadas para los padres de familia para que tomen sus vacunas, hacer llamadas para que los padres de familia se involucren dentro de las escuelas apoyando. Es necesario que Austin Voices siga adelante dentro de nuestras escuelas porque es una ayuda grande que nos dan a nosotros como padres de familia. Ellos nos orientan qué debemos hacer en cualquier situación, cualquier caso que encontramos en nuestras escuelas. Por favor.
Hello, good morning. I am Eva Marroquin. I am the mother of a student at Navarro School. I am leaving this message to ask from the bottom of my heart that Austin Voices not be allowed to leave the schools. Austin Voices has really helped me a lot as a community leader in my school. I am a parent block leader. I have supported most of the times that there are events in the schools. They have taught me to be a health promoter. I worked with COVID immunizations, helped with various events within the schools, and with the help of Austin Voices, I have learned to help other parents make calls to parents to get their immunizations and to get parents involved within the schools by providing support. It is necessary for Austin Voices to continue to support our schools because it is a great help to us as parents. They guide us what to do in any situation, in any case that we encounter in our schools. Please.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Chen. I'm the local outreach director from Austin Chinese Church, and I'm addressing the agenda item concerning the funding and management of the Family Resource Centers. For the past 3 years, I've worked closely with Austin Voices, and our church has partnered with them for decades, especially in the Renberg area, to serve some of Austin's most needy families. Austin Voices is not just an organization, it's a community lifeline. Their deep-rooted understanding of the community's needs and their ability to mobilize resources effectively has been crucial. For example, AV inspired us to expand our community outreach through initiatives like food banks and community walks, making it incredibly easy for our congregation to participate and volunteer in activities such as Kids Fest and Hope Fest. Thanks to their efforts, we've seen over 100 volunteers from our community engage in these events alone. AV's approach to community engagement is exemplary. They've raised local leaders and empowered our church to steward our resources wisely, facilitating our support for the community not just physically but emotionally. Their thoughtful planning and strong school relationships have allowed us to contribute meaningfully from running resource drives to organizing teacher appreciation events. Why disrupt a model that clearly works? Let's focus on expanding our services for our kids and families, leveraging the strengths of both the CIS and Austin Voices to serve our community better. Thank you for considering my perspective and for your commitment.
Hello, AISD trustees. I'm a longtime Austinite community member and now the Del Valle ISD trustee. I want to share my full support for CIS, having witnessed firsthand the positive impact CIS has on students' academic performance and well-being. I wholeheartedly support and endorse the recommendation to partner with CIS in coordinating and enhancing family resource centers at several of AISD schools. By doing so, AISD can deepen and expand its support for families while fostering greater community engagement. Because of CIS track record of providing outcomes based on results and data-driven programs, I am confident that this collaboration will result in positive outcomes for AISD and their families. Thank you, AISD Board of Trustees, for your commitment to our students and community.
Hi, my name is Tyann Wallman. I'm an instructional coach at Dobie Middle School, and for the past 3 years since I came to ISD, I've had the absolute privilege to work with and Austin Voices to support our Dobie community. During this 3 years, there's been a huge amount of organizational change, and that's created great opportunity, but with any transition comes challenges, and Austin Voices has been vital in creating a sense of stability for our students, families, and staff at Dobie Middle School. I would love to invite the board to champion equity by expanding the services that Austin Voices provides here and provides our communities, and have them work as partners with CIS, another vital organization to our campus, instead of competing with them. I want our community to grow and expand and our students to have a vibrant life, and that has been consistently provided by Austin Voices. And I would hope that the board considers the historical impact that they've had on our campus and their expertise in providing that in the future.
Good morning. My name is Karnika Wynn. I am Communities in Schools alumni as well as a current board member. I was introduced to CIS when I was in high school as a pregnant teen. I needed a lot of support with resources and figuring out what I wanted to do with my life. And CIS was instrumental to the trajectory of my life completely. They changed my life. They were support. They were mentors to me. They were a part of my family. CIS was able to help me obtain 8 different scholarships. I was accepted to many Division I institutions. I ended up attending Texas A&M University from John H. Reagan High School. I went on to get my master's degree, and now I work in higher education to help change lives to other students as well. And now I am doing volunteer work with communities in schools because of the impact that they had on my life. And I want to be that for other people. This organization has been absolutely wonderful.
Hello, this is Chris Doherty, Board Chair of Austin Voices for Education and Youth, speaking, of course, about Family Resource Centers. Now that the Family Resource Centers are on the agenda again, it is worth remembering the extensive neighborhood outreach work that Austin Voices does in both education and healthcare. Parents from the schools we serve take the lead in doing this outreach. Austin Voices model for parent involvement also helps to focus and support school improvement efforts, and the events we sponsor help to turn neighborhoods into communities. All of this has been built up over a considerable period of time with funding from multiple sources, including the district, which we greatly appreciate. Thank you so much for your past and current support.
Hi, I'm a speech pathologist in the district. I'm calling to talk about budget considerations. The FLPs were given a raise last year, and although we do appreciate that, it was not enough. We were looped in with the related service providers. However, we all know that speech pathologists are not related service providers. We are instructional service providers because we are evaluators, we are case managers, and we provide speech therapy. So because of this, we would like to be considered for a raise this year because it is much needed. We are underpaid, and there are a total of over 120 SLPs in this district. 70 of those are contractors. So that puts a strain on us as employees of the district because it is our responsibility to help train all of those contractors that are constantly coming in and out of the district and are not committed to staying. So please consider us in your next budget talk. Thank you.
Buenos días, mesa directiva. Soy Marcela García, madre de 4 hijos que estudian en el distrito escolar de Austin. Dicen que las palabras se las lleva el viento, pero espero que las mías se queden en alguna mente de ustedes hoy. Cuando te sirven un plato caliente en tu mesa, se te pasa el hambre y te sientes satisfecho, feliz y agradecido. Austin Voices es ese plato caliente que necesitan tantas familias para continuar cada día. Por favor, no nos hagan a un lado y sigan apoyándonos con su granito de arena. Sigamos trabajando juntos para seguir ayudando a cada niño, a cada joven, adultos y más. Eso es trabajar juntos y unidos siempre. Muchas gracias, que Dios los bendiga.
This is an English interpretation of Marcela Garcia's message. Good morning, Board of Directors. I am Marcela Garcia, mother of 4 children attending Austin ISD. They say that words are taken by the wind, but I hope that some of mine will stay in the minds of some of you today. When you are served a hot dish at your table, your hunger goes away and you feel satisfied, happy, and grateful. Austin Voices is that hot plate that so many families need to keep going every day. Please don't put us aside and continue to support us with your contribution. Let's keep working together to continue helping every child, every young person, every adult, and more. That is the meaning of working together and always united. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Good morning. This is Dan Liao from Seedling Foundation calling regarding the agenda item for tonight, Thursday, April 4th, in regards to Family Resource Centers. I am calling in support of Communities and Schools initiative and support of funding those Family Resource Centers at those Title I schools. Many of those schools are schools where Seedling also provides our mentoring program for children impacted by parental incarceration, and that added awareness of our program as Communities and Schools as one of our partners will certainly aid more kids and families who are impacted by criminal justice system. Thank you so much, and please record this in favor of schools.
Good morning. My name is Chris Garcia. I'm an AISD parent who wants to share how valuable CIS has been to me and my family. This is in regards to agenda item number 6. My wife was diagnosed with breast cancer this past year, so during her treatment, she's been unable to work. When my family and I found ourselves struggling to make ends meet, we reached out to various organizations for help. However, it was CIS that stood by us when we needed it the most. Thanks to the unwavering support of our program manager, we were able to stabilize our situation. From providing counseling to offering crucial family support, CIS played a pivotal role in helping us find our way back. I am eternally grateful to Communities and Schools for being there for us during one of our darkest hours. Without their support, I'm not sure where my family and I would be. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Paulina Artieda, Executive Director of a local nonprofit that's dedicated to fostering equity, diversity, and inclusion in nonprofit board service. I'm reaching out to underscore the significance of leadership alignment with equity principles, particularly in the case of Communities and Schools. The leadership and board of directors at Communities and Schools prioritize equity, closely aligned with Austin ISD's equity framework. When leadership reflects the community served, it ensures culturally responsive and high-quality services. Having witnessed firsthand CIS's commitment to equity-driven leadership, I wholeheartedly offer my support. It's crucial for Austin Independent School District to not only engage organizations providing top-tier services, but also those aligned with the diversity, equity, and inclusion framework that AISD has committed to. CIS has my full support because they stand with communities. Thank you.
Hi, this is Patrick Patterson. I serve on the Communities and Schools Executive Board. I also am a former teacher, time principal at AISD, and I currently serve as Assistant Vice President at the University of Texas at Austin, where my programs still service about 7,000 AISD students. I'm calling in support of Communities and Schools, working with AISD to take over the Family Resource Centers. AISD and Community Schools have had long-time collaborations, and we know of each other's work, and we know of the good work that we do. So I'm in full favor as a board member and as a former employee. Y'all have a great day.
My name is Shelley Folka, and I have been a speech therapist for AISD for 14 years. Please consider staff speech therapists for aggressive pay packages during your budget votes. Speech therapists are key players for building the capacity that students need to develop the knowledge and skills to thrive in college, career, and life, which is the district's mission. We provide support for the most vulnerable and at-risk students, which is in alignment with your initiatives for equity, including SPED, bilingual, and disadvantaged populations. This is our why. Every therapist in the district is here to provide equitable and high-quality services so that we may enrich our students' academic performance so that they can achieve their fullest potential, whatever that may be for the individual student. However, we won't be able to continue this if we can't afford to live and work in this district. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, I'm Mando Rayo, and I'm calling in support of Community Schools. I'm a parent of AISD and co-founder of the New Philanthropist, working to create a more inclusive and equitable nonprofit sector. I'm calling to support and highlight the work of community schools. I'm also a former mentor of community schools. So, with over 20 years experience, I've had kind of that firsthand experience on how community schools is improving student experiences by providing targeted services directly on campuses that ultimately lead to academic success. And part of that is, like what community schools is doing. I'm building staff capacity, make sure that students, the impact not only in the inside the classroom, but outside of the classroom, and they actually have an equitable approach to supporting students. So I firmly believe in community schools' mission, their commitment to creating cultural shifts that lead to authentic representation and equitable outcomes. So please I strongly consider using local organizations like community schools.
Mi nombre es Virginia Vadillo, estoy apoyando el Centro de Recursos Familiares de Austin Voices for Education en las diferentes escuelas que trabaja esta organización. Yo he sido promotora ya por 3 años. En esta organización promovemos la vacuna, recursos de salud, diferentes tipos de apoyo que tenemos ahora con el MAP para toda la comunidad dentro de del distrito escolar y escuelas como Burner, Toby, Webb y Navarro. Entonces, nos ha dejado un gran aprendizaje a mí como madre de familia para saber que podemos compartir esta información tan importante en nuestra comunidad y que tenemos la puerta abierta con esta organización Austin Voices que nos permite hacer esa actividad muy importante para la comunidad, ya que toda la comunidad necesita esta información para ser mejores cada vez dentro de nuestras comunidades. Austin Voices ha sido un fuerte apoyo a toda nuestra comunidad, a todas nuestras familias, a todos nuestros niños dentro del distrito escolar. Y yo creo que todos estos recursos.
This is an English interpretation of Virginia Vadillo's message. My name is Virginia Vadillo, and I am supporting the Austin Voices for Education Family Resource Center in the different schools where this organization works. I have been a promoter for 3 years now in this organization, promoting the vaccine, health resources, different types of support that we have now with MAP for the whole community within the school district and schools like Burnett, Webb, and Navarro. So it has been a great learning experience for me as a parent to know that we can share this very important information for our community and that we have an open door with this organization, Austin Voices, that allows us to do this very important activity for the community because the whole community needs this information to be better every time within our communities. Austin Voices has been a strong, very strong support for our community and all our families and all the children within the school district. And I believe that all these resources are very important for our community.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Irma Castanón, estoy hablando para presentar mi apoyo a la organización Austin Voices for the Youth. Gracias a ellos yo he tenido una oportunidad increíble de poder involucrarme más en la escuela de mis hijos. He sido presidenta de PTA en la escuela de mis hijos. Gracias a ellos ahora soy promotora de salud, puedo ayudar a muchas personas en mi comunidad a tener recursos para salud médica. También soy un líder de bloque que ayuda mucho a mi comunidad porque me interesa que ellos estén al pendiente de todo lo que está pasando a su alrededor. También me preocupa mucho todo lo que tiene que ver con las escuelas, al igual que ellos. Con el apoyo de ellos, nosotros hemos podido crear una tropa de Girl Scouts en la escuela de Dobby, que ha sido un suceso, ser parte de Girl Scouts y enseñarles a las niñas liderazgo y sobre todo que ellas pueden trabajar duro y alcanzar sus sueños. Ha sido una bendición muy grande poder trabajar en la escuela de Dobby con la ayuda y todos los resources que tenemos disponibles para nuestras niñas y para nuestra comunidad. Por eso estoy hablando para dar mi apoyo.
This is an interpretation into English of Irma Castanon's message. Good morning. My name is Irma Castanon. I am calling to express my support for the organization Austin Voices for Youth. Thanks to them, I have had an incredible opportunity to be able to get more involved in my children's school. I have been the PTA president in my children's school. Thanks to them, I am now a health advocate. I can help many people in my community to have resources for medical health. I am also a blog leader who helps our community a lot because I am interested in them being aware of everything that is happening around them. I am also very concerned about everything that has to do with schools, just like them. With their support, we have been able to create a Girl Scouts troop at Toby School, which has been a big deal, being part of the Girl Scouts and teaching leadership to the girls, and more than anything, that they can work hard and accomplish their dreams. It has been a very big blessing to be able to work at Toby School with the help and all the resources that we have available for our girls and for our community. That is why I am calling to give my...
Hello, I'm calling in regards to special education update. And AISD has lost many speech therapists to higher paying jobs. So AISD is hiring contracted speech therapists who are paid more than AISD staff speech therapists. And that takes resources away from AISD. And contract speech therapists cost exponentially more than AISD staff speech therapists. And they're kind of easy come, easy go. They go where their contract places them. And this impacts our students who need speech therapists who truly know them and can assess their progress year to year. AISD is also hiring speech therapy assistants who cannot evaluate, represent in ARD meetings, or do any paperwork. They only provide therapy services and are required to be supervised by speech therapists. So even with this change, we need more speech therapists to oversee these positions. And AISD's evaluation staff has always gotten paid more than speech therapists. But speech therapists also provide therapy services, which brings additional Medicaid dollars to AISD. Please show how much you value AISD speech therapists who bring vital service to our AISD students who need support, and vote yes to a pay raise for AISD speech therapists.
My name is Emily Hirsch. I'm known as the Loyal Librarian at Navarro Early College High School, and I'm a proud board member of Austin Voices for Education and Youth. This week, we learned that Austin Voices was selected by AISD as the recipient of the 2024 Latino Excellence and Advocacy Award. One of Austin Voices' promotoras was also selected for the Latino Parent Award. Austin Voices is committed to making sure that every voice is heard and every school is well resourced. We're so grateful for Austin Voices running the Family Resource Center on my campus, and they do a great job at lots of other campuses. We hope they'll bring more family resources to other campuses in AISD. Thank you so much.
My name is Arthur Sue, and I am a pastor at Austin Chinese Church. I am calling to ask AISD to reconsider taking the funds given to Austin Voices and the Family Resource Centers to repurpose somewhere else. My church has a heart for our church neighbors here in East Austin. We partner with the Family Resource Centers because they too have a heart for the same communities. I have seen with my own eyes the care and love the FRCs have demonstrated to individuals and families, whether it is through the giving of food, children resources, and much more. The FRCs have been an invaluable resource for people to feel value as a human being and not just as another statistic. The FRCs are making a difference in our communities and are an exemplary partner to AISD. Please continue to support the Family Resource Centers with your generous partnership, and together, let's continue to love on our city. Thank you.
AISD trustees, I am Sharon Vigil, the CEO of CIS. For 4 decades, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with you, striving for the best outcomes for students and their families. We've been entrusted with resources, and with each dollar AISD invests in CIS, we've stretched and leveraged an additional $4.20. Just this year, we've mobilized over 152 partners, rallied over 500 volunteers, and provided vital financial aid exceeding $500,000 to AISD families. We've consistently delivered tangible results in academics and mental health for our students. Our bond with the district goes beyond numbers. Our relationship is built on trust, not just because we hold ourselves to high standards, but because we embrace accountability and feedback. We earn the trust and respect of parents and principals because we view them as partners in our mission. Thank you for the inclusive and deliberative process in choosing partners. CIS remains ready to serve and to continue to be a tool for equity until all students can achieve educational success. Thank you for your service.
This is Pamela Benson Owens. I am reaching out to express my total and full support for communities and schools. Currently, I'm a member of the Male Student Success Coalition, a community impact coalition led by CIS, and it is critical. Through this coalition and my over 29 years of community work, I have witnessed firsthand the exceptional leadership, legacy, consistency, and pragmatic passion that CIS brings to our community. Our coalition focuses on addressing the needs of brown and black boys, and CIS doesn't shy away from the challenges. They bring the community together in such unique and wonderful ways to tackle these issues head on. From early childhood literacy programs to initiatives like My Brother's Keeper and the Male Student Achievement Program, CIS has created pathways for success for all our children. Last year alone, CIS provided over $500,000 in direct cash assistance to families, demonstrating their deep understanding of the barriers hindering families from reaching their full.
My name is Carl Reynolds. I'm a resident of Rosedale. I have a couple comments about the site. I totally appreciate and approve of what y'all are trying to do, but I want to stress that there does not need to be a street cutting through that property and continuing Rosedale Avenue. That will only exacerbate cut-through traffic. I've expressed this to the staff, that this could be done with an alley kind of approach that loops around inside that property without creating another cut-through street, which will exacerbate traffic. My other comment is make the park as big as possible, and in the images I've seen, the area where the park is located is the low spot on the property, and you're going to need to do some kind of retention pond there. So you need to think about both water issues along with park issues at the same time in that southeastern corner of the property.
Greetings. My name is Gonzalo Barrientos. I am Austin taxpayer for many years. I'm also the retired state senator from Austin, Travis County, and I wanted to call to assist in helping the education of our children. I want to commend and ask for support any way you can for communities and schools. I was on their national board at one time and have been on a quest to keep kids from dropping out of school. Please help communities and schools. Thank you for what you do. Also, the young lady named Melody Bird, who answers the phone for AISD, is supreme, great, and she ought to get a raise. Thank you.
Julie Keel, speech-language pathologist. I urge you to consider the critical need for a pay raise for our speech-language pathologists in our district. Let's address the root cause of this shortage, compensation and salary. Hiring contractors in place of district employees is not a strategy to address the root cause. The use of contractor speech therapists come at a staggering cost, nearly double what our dedicated AISD staff receive in compensation. Double. Competitive pay rates recruit and retain staff, thus supporting the board's initiative to reduce costs over the next 3 years. Contractors are 40% of our department, 40%. This financial strain not only drains resources, but also undermines our ability to retain experienced professionals. Contractors are not fully invested in the child. There's no buy-in. AISD speech therapists are here to serve the child. Let's attract talented speech therapists from other settings through competitive salaries. Investment in compensation in our speech therapists is an investment in our students and our community. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Abdul Mustafa. I'm the campus coordinator at Northeast Early College High School, and I was calling on behalf of Austin Voices. Just wanted to express my gratitude for their commitment to Northeast Early High School and especially the athletic programs. This past summer, we worked closely with Austin Voices, and they partnered up with People's Clinic to offer free physicals on our school to help get our athletes cleared to participate in sports, as a lot of our student athletes have a challenge getting into appointments for physicals and even paying for physicals. So I just want to give much praise to Austin Voices for working with us and working with People's Clinic to set up the free physical clinic at our school. Also, Austin Voices, since I've been here this is my 6th year, they work closely with the Northeast community during the Hope Fest and the Kid Fest when they bring in a lot of resources to our community. So all I can speak of is great things and appreciative of.
My name is Neil Dillon. I have worked as a teacher at Webb Middle School since 2019. I have witnessed firsthand the positive impacts that the Family Resource Center has had on my school and the St. John's community. The Family Resource Center plays an essential role in connecting families with resources such as food, clothing, medical, dental, utility assistance, and housing. Their crucial aid alleviates many of the pressures that families feel so they can focus on the education of their children. Many organizations and partners and people play an essential role in allowing the students at Webb to thrive. The FRC has a great working relationship with one of those organizations, communities, and schools, who does an excellent job of providing mentorship and counseling to children. Why pit these two organizations against each other? I feel that it is in the best interest of AISD, the communities it serves, and most importantly, the children, to keep these two amazing organizations working together to help our students and families thrive and reach their full potential. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Hi, this is Valerie calling from the Central Texas Food Bank, and I am speaking on the work and partnership that we have with Austin Voices. Central Texas Food Bank is a nonprofit organization that collects, secures, and distributes donated food to partner agencies in 21 counties in Central Texas. We are a leader in the fight against hunger for more than 40 years. Our mission is to nourish hungry people and lead the community in the fight against hunger. In 2023, Austin Voices combined, Dobie, Navarro, Burnett, and Webb have distributed food to 47,103 individuals. They have distributed 495,424 pounds of food, 37.8 of those being produce, to help us also distribute nutritious food. Their work is crucial to our mission and reaching families within the AISD community and neighborhoods. We ask that you strongly consider CAS and AV to keep working together and helping us reach families in the AISD community. They are both doing great work without any disruption. Instead of reducing services for families, we ask.
Hola, mi nombre es Teresa Rivera, promotora de salud de Austin Voices. Y antes que nada, soy también una líder comunitaria del norte y del sur de Austin. Yo estoy muy involucrada en los apoyos que hay para nuestra comunidad. Yo sé que el CIS, el grupo de CIS es muy bueno para apoyo en historial del éxito para los niños. Pero de igual manera, Austin Voices ha sido un socio muy sólido y trabaja con bastantes organizaciones. Si uno quisiera que existiera como un cambio de lo que está pasando ahorita en nuestras escuelas, quisiera que siguieran trabajando de igual manera. De los dos grupos son muy importantes para nuestra comunidad. Yo les debo mucho a esa organización de Austin Voices lo que ahora yo soy.
This is an interpretation into English of Teresa Rivera's message. Hi, my name is Teresa Rivera, an Austin Voices health advocate, and first and foremost, I am also a community leader in North and South Austin, and I am very involved in the support available to our community. I know that CIS, the CIS group, is very good in supporting the history of success of our children, But in the same way, Austin Voices has been a very solid partner, and it works with several organizations. If one wants there to be a change in what is currently happening in our schools, I would like for them to keep working in the same way. Both groups are very important for our community. I owe a lot to the Austin Voices organization. What I am now.
Good evening. My name is Ken Zarefis, President of Education Austin. If AISD wants CIS to take over family resource centers, then create more FRCs. There's no shortage of need, but don't eliminate Austin Voices, a trusted long-term partner in the process that seems counterproductive to the goals of our district. Sadly, AISD has a history of eliminating organizations that do amazing work for the mental health and social supports that we need in many of our schools. VITA, a mental health provider, was handling thousands of cases, but was jettisoned for an organization that couldn't even handle 200. What happened to those kids? The African American Youth Harvest Foundation was doing incredible community school work, but was run out of the district and is now thriving in a local charter school. Let's break this trend. We can't afford to lose Austin Voices. They bring over 20 years of support, understanding, and financial backing to assist our families and their children that attend our schools in the FRCs. We need more. Our families and kids deserve more, not less. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lucio Calzada. I am the former principal of the Austin High School and also Fulmore Middle School before it became Mary Lively. I was there at Fulmore from 2001 to 2007, and Fulmore or Austin High from 2009 to 2012. I also was an Austin ISD parent. Just wanted to say to you that Communities in Schools did a remarkable job. I was their customer when I was principal, and then I ended up on their board. But I find their professionalism and their mission to be very philanthropic, also very serving of all children and their parents. And so that's one organization I don't think you can go wrong with. So please accept this as support as you consider Communities in Schools and a relationship with them. Thank you.
Please consider staff speech therapists for aggressive pay packages during budget votes. Speech therapists are federally mandated services for students with speech therapy needs. Speech therapy helps build capacity that students need to develop the knowledge and skills to thrive in college, career, and life, which is the district's mission. We provide support for the most vulnerable and at-risk students, which is in alignment with your initiatives for equity, including special education, bilingual, and disadvantaged populations. Every SLP in this district is here to provide equitable and high-quality services so that we may enrich our students' academic performance, allowing them to achieve their fullest potential, whatever that may be for that individual student. We need better pay to recruit and retain staff speech therapists. This district pays exponentially more when we have to hire contract speech therapists, by at least double. We can pay better for staff speech therapists, recruit more staff as a result, and still see a cost savings for our budget. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening. I've been a speech therapist in the district for over 10 years. We all know the cost of living in Austin has risen substantially, which is a factor that I and many educators consider when looking at job opportunities. As a result, our district has had to rely more and more on contractors, specifically in SPED. As I have mentored, trained, and worked side by side with these contractors, I have found that they are paid substantially more compared to me and my fellow speech therapists. My experience is that contractors are not loyal to AISD and can leave on a whim, which has happened recently, in fact. I would like to request that the school board, as well as the community, receive a presentation regarding the cost differential between an employee and a contractor for a speech therapist and perhaps other services in the SPED department. I feel that would inform all. Without an appropriate raise for the district speech therapist, I fear we will further exacerbate our vacancy situation, resulting in needing more contractors. Thank you for considering a cost differential presentation. Good night.
Hola, mi nombre es Alejandra. Soy una mamá soltera de 4 niños que asisten en las escuelas de Austin ISD. Estoy agradecida del apoyo que me ha dado Communities in School porque realmente me han cambiado la vida. Ser mamá soltera viene con muchas dificultades, pero CIS ha sido una fuente constante de apoyo. Cree en mis fortalezas como madre. Cuando comencé con el programa estábamos luchando con problemas de asistencia en las clases, pero CIS los ayudó con rutinas para mis hijos para que fueran regularmente. Estoy encantada de compartir que mis hijos están prosperando en la escuela ahorita. También CIS los ayudó con recursos esenciales como ropa y útiles escolares cuando lo necesitábamos. Communities in School no es solo una organización, pero son familia. Están ahí conmigo, me apoyan con mis hijos y les han dado a mis hijos las herramientas que necesitan para ser exitosos. Estoy bien agradecida con ellos. Gracias.
This is an interpretation into English of Alejandra's message. Hi, my name is Alejandra. I am a single mom with 4 children that attend Austin ISD schools. I am thankful for the support I have received from Communities in Schools because they have really changed my life. Being a single mother comes with many difficulties, but CIS has been a constant source of support, which has strengthened me as a mother. When I started the program, we were struggling with class attendance issues, but CIS helped us with routines for my children so that they would attend regularly. I am happy to share that my children are now thriving in school. CIS also helped us with essential resources like clothes and school supplies when we needed them. Communities in School is not just an organization, they are family. Because they are there with me, they support me with my children, and they have given my children the tools they need to be successful. I am very thankful to them. Thank you.
I am a proud Austin ISD speech therapist, asking the board not to forget about us during your budget and special education conversations. We are not LSSPs, we are not diagnosticians, but we are evaluators just like they are. And in addition, we are case managers and direct service providers, often for as many as 50 or 60 students or even more. We do this job because we love it, but unfortunately, love doesn't pay the rent in Austin these days. Paying your staff speech therapist competitively is still cheaper than hiring contractors, and AISD is federally mandated to provide speech-language evaluations and speech therapy services to our students either way. Invest in Austin ISD speech therapists, and everyone benefits. Thank you.
This comment relates to the special education update. My name is Shannon Donahue. I'm a bilingual speech-language pathologist in my 22nd year with Austin ISD. Early in my career, our department had an excess of Spanish-English bilingual speech therapists. Some of us even had English-only students on our caseloads. Currently, some of our emergent bilingual students receive virtual services. For some students, this is not ideal for maximizing progress. Many other students receive Spanish speech therapy services from a speech-language pathology assistant. While our assistant colleagues are excellent interventionists, the scope of their practice ends there. They cannot conduct evaluations nor case manage. This means that the remaining speech-language pathologists must absorb those duties, in addition to supervising the assistants and serving their own caseloads. Personally, my workload has shifted this school year to cover bilingual evaluations at campuses with an assistant, campuses that used to have a bilingual therapist, therapists that left AISD. We are in dire need of compensation that has a hope of competing with the local market for our profession. Los estudiantes de Austin merecen mejor.
Hi, I'm Ivana Alfaro, speech therapist for the school district. As you're in budget talks, we'd like you to please remember the speech therapist. We are not getting paid what evaluators are, and our workloads continue to increase exponentially with each new evaluation completed. As our workload increases, our department continues to dissipate, and we are hemorrhaging. We evaluate, case manage, provide service, and are the connection with the families and teachers. We don't just evaluate and move on to the next consent. We schedule and do all the paperwork for speech-only arts and provide services. The amount of workload has vastly increased, and yet we continue to make much less than those who just test and move on to the next kid. We are uncomfortable being paid the same as other staff who don't case manage and mostly provide indirect services. We hope you will continue to work towards making the AISD SPED team strong by investing in better work/pay conditions for our speech therapists. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Segura. This is Helen Miller, community member. I am calling about agenda preview item 6.3. In the trustees' response, it states Austin Voices will run the Family Resource Center at Novara under a separate contract. What data is the district requesting from Austin Voices to ensure all families are being served and not just a selected few? Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Zaira Castro. Soy madre de familia y líder comunitario. Mis hijas están en las escuelas de Austin ISD. Yo estoy muy agradecida con la organización de Austin Voices y los centros de recursos que ellos dirigen por todo lo que han hecho por mí y mi familia y la comunidad en general. Me gustaría que ellos sigan en nuestras escuelas apoyando a los estudiantes y a sus familias y que sigan trabajando como hasta el día de hoy. CIS y Austin Voices han sido socios sólidos a lo largo de muchos años. CIS tiene un gran historial de tutorías y asesoramiento para los estudiantes. Austin Voices tiene un historial similar ayudando a las familias con diferentes necesidades para que los estudiantes tengan un mejor desempeño académico.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Aida Castro. I am a parent and community leader. My daughters are in Austin ISD schools. I am very grateful to Austin Voices and the resource centers they run for all they have done for me and my family and the community at large. I would like to see them continue in our schools, supporting students and their families, and continue to work as they have done to this day. CIS and Austin Voices have been strong partners for many years. CIS has a great track record of tutoring and mentoring students. Austin Voices has a similar history of helping families with different needs to help students perform better academically.
Hello, my name is Isela Guerra. I am a parent of an AISD elementary school child in Trustee Gonzalez's district, and I'm calling on the item of keeping Austin Voices for Education and Youth at the Family Resource Centers on their campuses. I have seen the level of on-site supports that they provide, not just referrals out to the community, but doing medical access program applications, coordinated assessments, and offering utility assistance at the Family Resource Center. There's unparalleled parental involvement with Austin Voices and also development opportunities for parents in English as a second language and technology classes. I would further recommend doubling down and expanding their footprint into South Austin, as they only are at one campus south of the river. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Yesenia Ramos, and I'm honored to speak to you today as a former employee of Austin Voices and as a current partner through Central Health. Central Health's collaboration with Austin Voices has been instrumental in supporting families in need. Austin Voices has provided invaluable assistance to Medical Access Program, or MAP, eligible families, most of whom are part of AISD, and as many of you already know, do not trust the healthcare system, but they trust Austin Voices. This partnership has been more than just paperwork and transactions. It's been about fostering a sense of belonging, understanding, and mutual support within our community. It's about recognizing that our families are not just recipients of aid, but active participants in their own empowerment. Austin Voices has helped build that. It's important to recognize that CIS and Austin Voices have both been strong partners in serving AISD students and families. CIS excels in mentoring and counseling youth, while Austin Voices focuses on supporting high-risk families and increasing parent and community engagement. As trustees, I urge you to recognize and celebrate initiatives that go beyond the conventional boundaries of assistance. Let us continue to support and champion endeavors that not only address immediate needs, but also nurture the fabric of trust and support.
The cost of living in the Austin area has risen, and the speech therapists deserve a raise. We also know that it's a factor that our educators take into consideration whenever they're looking at their job opportunities. As a result, our district is having to rely more and more on contractors, specifically within the special education department. We currently have 53 contract SLPs, speech therapists, that are working. My understanding is that contractors are actually paid substantially more compared to an employee. Please, talks, consider giving the speech therapist a raise so that you would be fiscally responsible. And I think that this would do a lot to inform all the areas. Thank you for your time.
My name is next year, but he didn't apply for the job. He got a job with a private clinic making more money. In spite of all the wonderful things I've been telling him about AISD and working with students, teachers, and parents, he saw how incredibly hard I work and how overwhelming and untenable this job can be. Half of speech therapists in AISD are contracted speech therapists. They're paid more than AISD staff speech therapists, and they're not required to complete TEA-mandated coursework that AISD speech therapists are required to complete. Plus, they're typically not committed to staying in AISD, which results in a constant barrage of new speech therapists needing to be retrained year after year who do not fully understand how to complete crucial special education paperwork for which AISD recoups large amounts of Medicaid dollars and complies with TEA mandates. Please vote yes to a pay raise for AISD speech therapists so we don't leave AISD to hire.
Okay, so this concludes public comment. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Vice President Foster.
I don't know whether to direct this to Board Counsel or to the Superintendent, but regarding the approval of service agreements, as our community members advocate for one wonderful service provider or another, I'd like clarity on the role of the school board. It seems that our role is to oversee a fair and rigorous process and not necessarily to weigh in one way or another beyond ensuring that we have a fair process. So I'd just like some clarity on that.
Sure, I'll respond, Vice President Foster. Yes, I think you're pegging it correctly. It is your role to make sure that your policy is followed, the law is followed, and oversee that kind of thing on the part of the administration. It understandably, when things are brought to you for a vote, it's for a reason, right? So you don't lose your ability to bring your values and your perspective to that. And trustees are able to look at the work of the administration, look at the procurement package and things like that to make a determination about whether you think it has been done to your satisfaction. So trustees aren't without judgment, to bring to the process. But in general, yes, you are correct. It's your role is one of oversight.
Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions or comments or clarifying questions? Okay, thank you. So as a reminder to the public, please feel, I'm sorry, go ahead, Trustee Hunter.
Thank you. For Mr. Superintendent, sorry, I didn't mark the caller, but just some clarity. The gentleman was concerned about funds being repurposed. And can you clarify that? I believe what the gentleman said was, please continue the FRCs, please don't repurpose these funds. So can you give us some clarity around what is actually happening as best you can, like quickly, high level?
So, I mean, I know we have the opportunity to discuss the specific item in the overview portion of the agenda, and so we could probably have a more deliberate dialogue if that's okay, Trustee Hunter.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. All right, so as as a reminder, please feel free to email any general comments or questions with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. All right, so next up we have the President's report. So as part of the agreed order with the Texas Education Agency, the agreement requires that the board shall, at the first board-authorized public meeting each month, publicly report by reading into the record the percentage of time invested in student outcome, LSU-defined student outcomes, and special education monitoring during the prior 3-month time period, and B, the total time spent in closed session during the prior month. So this is the first month for official reporting to TEA on the time spent at board meetings. So the January, February, and March 3-month average board meeting time spent on Lone Star Governance defined student outcomes and special education monitoring was, drumroll please, 88.41%. So we have exceeded our target of 50% because we are overachievers. And for the last month, March 2024, we were at 88.28%. Our time for February and March included 16 hours of community engagement and outreach on our scorecard, and many of you were part of those conversations, so thank you. The board spent 304 minutes in executive session in March. So the board will continue our work for a new scorecard this month. We have a series of upcoming dates of public meetings where the board will review data, feedback, and start the work on building a scorecard that reflects the vision and values of this community. Over the next few days, the district expects to receive a community engagement report and a district needs assessment, which we will use to develop goals and constraints. The administration will be responsible for developing progress measures that will help monitor progress towards these goals and constraints. I do want to mention that on Wednesday, April 17th and Thursday, April 18th, we will hold public board retreats in the evening to review these reports and data from our partners and our administration, and we'll start the work on developing goals for improving student outcomes. So the public should attend if they can. We expect to share a preliminary draft of the goals and constraints and the measures to track them at the May 9th board information session. And after a few rounds of deliberation and hearing from our community, the board will approve a scorecard in May or June. So you can learn more at www.austiniSD.org/board/scorecard-engagement. Or you could just Google whatever makes sense to you. So next, I would like to invite Trustee Kaufman to say a few words to acknowledge National Arab American Heritage Month.
All right, I'm honored to represent the board in acknowledging that April is the National Arab American Heritage Month. Here in AISD, we have a tremendously rich cultural and linguistic diversity among our community, and our Arab American students, families, and community members are an important part of that, and employees as well. And so our Arab countries, considered Arabic, there are over 20 and even more that are where our families can trace their heritage to. And so there's just tremendous value that our families bring to us. So I'm very proud that our district will be recognizing Arab American Heritage Month and recognizing the contributions to society that Arab Americans have made and continue to make, and that the contributions to our own school community that our families, staff, and students bring. Next week, Austin ISD will have a student holiday on Wednesday in recognition of Eid al-Fitr, and we appreciate the opportunity for our families to share their knowledge and cultural background, and also appreciate when our schools celebrate and recognize and teach about the rich cultural diversity within our schools, including our Arab American students.
Thank you, Trustee Kaufman. And next we have, I think there's a little something happening on April 8th, and I would like to invite Secretary Boswell to remind us what that might be.
Yes, finally, Austin ISD is ready for April 8th, and we hope you are as well. A total solar eclipse will pass over the area, including almost all of Austin ISD on Monday. Our campuses at about 1:36. Our campuses will be providing learning opportunities for all students and a chance to view the total solar eclipse during the day. The district has prepared a special website for this event. You can go to austinisd.org /2024-eclipse. And the website includes copies of the aligned lessons for the day's safety plans and other resources for our families and students. And I really want to acknowledge that the district has been working on this for about a year and a half, 2 years, a very long time with an immense amount of planning to make sure this is really meaningful and memorable for everyone at our campuses. So want to share appreciation for making sure this is a learning opportunity for all of our kids. Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary Boswell. All right, so now we will move to our information reports and updates. So, Mr. Segura, would you please introduce the next item?
Absolutely, I'd love the opportunity. Good evening, President Singh and members of the board. Tonight we have the TEA Special Education Agreed Order Update. I'd like to invite Dr. Frances Stetson from Stetson and Associates. I see her back there. She'll be making her way up to the front, as well as Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief Officer of Governmental Relations and Board Services, to share the update. And while we're waiting for the presentation to queue, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge all the work that went into the eclipse. Certainly want to acknowledge Dr. Diaz, the academics team. We talk about enrichment, and this is a big deal. I definitely feel as though there are probably tens of thousands of students who may not have this opportunity unless they were in our care. And I think we take that very seriously and we're very prepared. So we're excited about Monday. Welcome, Dr. Stetson.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Segura, Board of Trustees. I am excited tonight to continue with our updates on the Special Education Agreed Order. And I recognize that we have very special guests with us today that we're excited to have. So I'll try to get through my part quickly so we can learn more about the audit that was just completed. So as we know, we have our TEA Agreed Order that includes 4 priorities. On the right-hand side of this chart, you can see a graph that shows our progress. We've currently completed 40 of 99 tasks that we need to complete. For priority 1, since we last met, we have submitted 1 more corrective action plan, or CAP. We have 5 more left to submit based off of when they're due. And to let you know, 4 out of those 5, we've actually completed all requirements. The 5th one has additional information, but we have time to continue to work with our family to complete that CAP as well. So we are on track with priority 1. Priority 2 is identifying and implementing effective practices. This is mostly around our professional development and also building our MTSS program for next year. Since we last met, we did submit our MTSS manual to the Texas Education Agency for review. That MTSS manual is also available on our SPED website. We also received our SPED audit from Stetson, and in just a few minutes we'll go into more detail on that. I do want to share with our audit, so the audit to TEA is actually not due until the end of May. Did I say that right, or did I got it right this time? The beginning of May. There we go, the 1st of May. But recognizing that we wanted to ensure that we could utilize that audit to help build our special education strategic plan, Stetson was very willing to work with us to provide that to us 2 months than we originally told them we needed it. So we threw a little switch on them, told them they had a little bit more time, but they were very gracious in helping work with us to get that delivered. And a copy of this audit is not only available on board docs with this item, it's also available on our special education website and our TEA Agreed Order website. So you can find the audit that we'll be sharing tonight. Upcoming, we also want to let you know that through the development of that strategic plan, we also need to report on a state of special education. And we have scheduled that for this same report for our meeting on June 6th. We'll be joined again by Dr. Stetson and Dr. Robinette. We'll be able to present our AISD State of Special Education and our Special Education Strategic Plan. The other big work that we have coming up before the end of the year is completing all of our tier MTSS courses. So those are the MTSS courses that were developed along with the TEA that will be provided to every teacher, every campus administrator in our district on how to implement our new MTSS program. And then the last one I want to mention, priority 4, establish a parent outreach campaign. And that priority is completed. We're very excited about that. That does not mean that we're done with that priority, because we still have important work to do with our Special Education Family Advisory Committee. They will be meeting April 17th, 5:30 to 7:30. It is open to the public. We welcome the public to come. We offer public comment at that meeting. And during that meeting, we will be receiving feedback from the committee on our strategic plan for special education. The last part of our order is on Lone Star governance. I will submit a new report tomorrow to share with TEA that we have reported on our first 3-month average, that as Trustee Singh was able to share, we greatly exceeded. We will also complete our second LSG self-evaluation. The board and the superintendent will on April 25th. So without further ado, I'd now like to turn it over to Dr. Stetson and her team.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back with you, Dr. Singh and members of the board. I'd like to introduce to you my colleague, Dr. Judith Moaning, formerly a very experienced special education director in Northeast School District in the San Antonio area. And Judith, how many years have you been with us? 10. So,
Judith, would you turn on your mic?
Okay, so I wanted to begin by, it's a little bit of a quick review, because all of these threads are linking together. You remember that, I guess, the last time I presented to you all, we had the results of a program evaluation, and we were really looking at quality of services. And you might recall that we began with some quality standards and to see where Austin ISD was in terms of practice against those standards. Now, we're here today to talk about something really important, and of course, that's the legal responsibility that all districts have on behalf of children with disabilities and meeting the compliance requirements. And so we have, as Dr. Reach was saying, we've just completed the audit, and it's a very extensive audit because it's a very challenging question. How is it that for 4 years, Austin ISD has been out of compliance with rules and regulations related to children with disabilities, and what needs to be done about it? What are our specific recommendations? And so I would say that there are many connecting threads from the work that we started with you that connect to this day to the issues that arose in the audit. And I will say one last thing about the complexity of this is that unlike a program evaluation, when everything generally stays the same and you're going out and evaluating, observing classrooms and looking at data, in this instance, Austin Independent School District has been extremely busy, focused, every member of the department meeting around the Texas Education Agency order. So I'd have to say to you today that the report you hold in your hands is actually reflects some moving targets, because as soon as we would identify the numbers of children, the initial evaluations that had not been completed, the number changed and it went down even further, and then we'd pull that together. So as we speak here today, there are probably, I know, a number of our recommendations that may have already been addressed. So therefore, in that couple of months when we come back and talk about status, we'll probably be able to provide an update of that as well. I would tell you that there are 2 parts to this evaluation. When we stood back and took the balcony view of all of the information that we collected, it was inescapable that there are some systems issues that we need to understand as we create that, as the district creates their strategic plan. They are the kind of issues that if we are not aware of them, we might create strategies that are not effective to work within that context. The other thing I think that's important about systems issues is that all of us know that organizational change is what we're all about here, has got to attend to each and every one of those issues, because without it, the implementation is spotty, not really successful over a long period of time. So with that in mind, there are 2 parts of this report. I will take care of part 1, and part 1 is the 7 systems issues that we identified that, as we said, what is the big picture of how is it that Austin ISD has been out of compliance for 4 years? What are those variables? And then we're going to use a microscope because the Texas Education Agency asked that there were 8 different variables that we look at, or categories, like the multi-tiered systems of support, the referral process, all the very important detailed issues of what has to be available in terms of procedures and process and so on. So Dr. Moaning is going to take care of that part, and I'll start with the big brush. And I rarely speak from notes, but I am tonight because of my short time frame in presenting to you all. And so this is for your protection that I'm going to do some of this. Okay. The first slide up here, we're not going to spend, much time on this one at all, except to say that there was no rock left unturned. There we looked at everything. We had a comparison report of your data of staffing and people to teacher or people to staff ratios. We had multiple focus groups across all the stakeholder categories, the parent perceptions, and I won't read all of these, but what I would say is one of the things that I want to come back to perhaps at my closure is that one mechanism that we put in our work was to convene the leaders of almost all of your departments in the district, and we call them their cross-department team. And they have been phenomenal, and we would bring to them 3 times. We brought the findings in terms of the challenges and the for leaders, and also for the district, and brought them in and asked them to give us your best information, your best guidance from your perspective about what are the things that should be done, and what are some of the cautions for leaders when they implement them. That was an incredible group, and I hope that you'll keep it and bring them together 2 or 3 times a year, because I think they are very helpful, particularly in the work of the district. So that was one of our mechanisms, and so on. When we did the folder review, we actually selected randomly X number of 7 or 8 children, and we followed them and then went and looked to see the extent to which their IEPs were implemented with fidelity, because that's certainly a concern across the district. All right, moving on. So we have lots of information. Here are the 7 big systems issues that if we're not aware of them and we don't begin to do things differently, then the changes will not be as effective as we need them to be. They're a little asterisk by 4, 5, 6, and 7, meaning that these also emerged in the program evaluation. I'm sure you're aware of item number 1, and that is one that really did impact your district. There is an incredible, not only today, but predicted for the next 5 to 10 years, significant shortages of special education staff. And so the very people who needed to do the evaluations, conduct those, your school psychologists, your diagnosticians, your speech language pathologists, and so on, wow, you didn't have enough. You did not have enough to fulfill the need of the evaluation. So it's important to say that this is not unique to Austin. This is becoming a national concern, and I think it's helpful to know that, because I met with Brandy Hosack for several hours, very impressed, but we were talking about how you get out of the box to attract the kind of staff you absolutely have to have on board in order to fulfill the mandates of the district within this current climate of not many applicants for education at all. So I would say, and I would just give you a couple of numbers. I found one thing that was very helpful. The National Association of School Psychologists recommends that schools have 1 school psychologist for every 500 students. Your current ratio for a school psychologist, remember 500 is my standard, one school psychologist for every 1,447 students in Austin. You see the problem. And by the way, this is shared, of course, nationally, but it really does impact you as well. I found this interesting just to sort of set the stage. This is fascinating. In 5 years in Texas, over a 5-year period, the state only added 200 positions of school psychologists in 5 years. So you're beginning to see that if you don't have these individuals in place, then obviously you know what you're facing, as you've seen all along. You're doing some very smart things. I think more is called for. For example, you added a stipend, you increased the pay, you looked at the ways that you could add some flexibility. You are heavy in contracted personnel, not necessarily as the most desirable at all, but on the other hand, the timelines had to be met. And so you have a great investment in the use of your contract folks. You also did something amazing. I'm going to brag on this. It's amazing. Last summer, I don't know what you did, but you had return of retirees. You had flexible scheduling. You worked evenings. You had summer breaks so that you could act. I first met this problem with you all. I think the number was somewhere around 3,500 evaluations that were out of compliance. Recently, about 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 months ago, it was 1,700, and today it's below 10. It's a single-digit number. Now, I just have to say, we've worked with a number of districts in 30-plus states. I haven't seen a single district that has been able to pull that off, and you still have to worry because you have to continue to attract those people. And Dr. Moaning will add to this in a few minutes, but some of the shortcuts you had to take, you want to phase out as quickly as possible because it didn't provide the level of quality that you want for more time with teachers and so on. Okay, so the issue in terms of this personnel shortage, I think, is something that it really does coincide with the 5 different generations that we have in our schools today and all the differences in their wishes for their careers and high variety, which doesn't exist in most classrooms and so on. So out of the box, we have to go. That's really big, and I'm concerned for our field because every school district is dealing with this. And Austin has to become the place where colleges and universities want to put their people and place them for jobs so that they know they're supported and they have the right development while they're here. Now, the second thing is interesting. You have presently, though you're working very, very hard with your company, PCG is the owner and author of the Easy IEP. But one of the biggest issues up there is you have an inadequate, at this point, data system. When I drive to Austin from Houston and the sun is going down, it's scary as heck. I'm driving along faster than I should, and I can't see the road, and I can't see the cars on either side of me, and I should wisely pull off the side of onto the side of the road, but I'm scared to because I think I might hit a building or a truck because you can't see. You have not been able to see your data for some years now. Have an accurate ability to pull your data and say, how many in this school are how many referrals do we have? What status are we in? How do we need to adjust staff? Perhaps I need to borrow from this school to support more of this school. So you have not really had an effective data system. And so that's one of the biggest top 2 reasons for the problems that you're facing. Now, I would also say that that in 2022, you had some leadership changes. And one of the things that happened is that when you did adopt the Easy IEP, you really didn't take the time to be sure that vetted it and be sure it met your needs and to be sure that they were able to customize for your needs. Now, both parties have worked really very, very diligently. We've sat in on many of those meetings, either Zoom or in person, where the 2 entities, Austin ISD and PCG, come together. They have a task list as long as this table. They have had, your superintendent has added additional resources. They meet every week about this, and we counted over 100 meetings that they've had. And this is very, very intense technical kinds of meetings where the technology people have to come together with the special ed experts on compliance issues and agree on the path forward for them. At present, you still have 2 additional systems that you had to develop in order to give yourselves that complete picture. The smart sheet, that's it, and the dashboard. With all these meetings and all of this work, there's so much investment put into this. I begin to feel that some of your staff are beginning to feel a little hopeful that as hard as this has been, that they can see that And here's the quote from one of your staff. Not only are we able ultimately to address the non-compliance issues with the data system, but we're actually improving it because there are some ways in which that we could have had certain data or data elements that would have improved our decision making, and they're building those in. And so a lot of effort. I will also say this: I'm only worried about one thing. I am not worried that you're going to get it done. I do consider that you have a pretty short timeline to get it done, and it's been very complex. And so, fingers crossed. It certainly would not be for lack of effort on either part, really, to get this done. But it's huge. It also speaks ultimately to the decision early on when you buy a system like this to back off of too much customization. Does the system provide what the state needs? Boom, stop there. And then only add on to that the embellishments that really are important to the district as a whole. And I think there was a lot of requests for customization early on, which I think we're running into now. So those are the two big. And I'll spend some time with each of the others, but I know that you're watching the clock. And so some of you might recall in our program evaluation, there were two words that were used that were describing the relationship between the schools and the Department of Special Ed. And one was disconnect. There is a disconnect between the schools and the department. And the other, which is a pretty serious concern that we raised, is the fact that if the lack of inconsistency of practice across schools. Now, that actually is an equity issue. If we're doing an A+ job in these schools and a D- job with the same process in the other schools, then we have an equity issue. The kids are disadvantaged to go here and advantaged to go there. So when you think about those, one of the things when we began looking is that there is still, and this is a systems issue, a lack of clarity about what the role of the principal is. What's the role of the principal in making sure that their school is fully in compliance? What is their role in reviewing the data, which, by the way, they didn't have all the data that they needed in order to do that. But what is the role of the principal? What is the role of the executive director to be sure that those tasks are completed? And I will say that special education, I've said this all my career, and it's hard because the school is busy, but we all are responsible for all children. And we've had a culture that has said that's a special ed child, that belongs to the special ed department or the special ed teacher. Now with compliance, which we're looking at now, you can't guarantee, you can't handle compliance out of a district level department. It takes a lot of hands, and it takes a lot of information in the part of the principal to know what I should be overseeing and looking, the questions I should be asking, what data should I look at, and then the department has a similar responsibility. And what we really found across the board, and again, Dr. Moning will get down to the more detail of this, is that there is lack of clarity about what's my role. So that can be fixed. It can be fixed, but we have to, and the materials are being developed around that, but that's a pretty obvious fix that has to occur. When you do, you're going to, and it's going to be related to my next point. I confess something to you. I'm not sure what I would recommend for number 4, but I think we need to bring some really smart minds together with the department, the district principals, executive directors, because I think if we continue to have the disconnect and the lack of consistency, is there another organizational structure that would serve us better in terms of how special ed and your other departments as well link to the school and to the principal and through the executive director? So I've thought of a few myself, but I think that the department and the district and actually the stakeholders, the principals and the staff ought to have some thoughts on how we can close this lack of clarity and consistency. So it's clearly needed, and there are many different models, but I'm a believer that the stakeholders ought to really form the ideas behind that. Now, you saw number 5 earlier, and again, I won't spend time, But it does impact something that you hear over and over again when you're talking about compliance, and that is the quality of the IEP itself. What decisions do we make when we assess the child, their strengths and their areas of concern? What decisions do we make about the services they receive? Now, I'm going to add a little spot here. We collectively made a decision because when the department had begun to do some beautiful work in identifying, we don't mean we're closing programs. What we mean is, though, we're keeping the services, but we're going to decide the service on the basis of each student's need. Not you have this label, so therefore you go to this class. So we weren't doing away with the thing. We were going to make it much more focused and much more effective. And so the department developed, we met with them several times, and they developed a beautiful description of the difference and the advantages of the one and the disadvantages of the other, and then they rolled it out in professional development. But I would tell you this, we felt, and you'll hear it in 2 months, but when we get back here and talk about it, but this district responded incredibly. We trained every one of your schools, everyone, with a principal was required and the selection of a team, general ed and special ed staff, to come in and be trained in the step-by-step training. Well, when we as a firm, we saw such progress and a common vocabulary, we were so excited. But when the TEA order came in, you have to make choices. You can't change everything all at once. So we pulled back on a more aggressive continued training model for the goals of the early program evaluation because you had tremendous expectations for your staff to have the professional development that was outlined by TEA. And if we'd thought to do both at the same time, I just don't think, it would not have been effective, and it would have been a real hardship to the system. And I don't think in the long term, it would have changed what we need to change for kids. So we're eager to put that back in place and continue to develop it. But meanwhile, the required training on the MTSS system and tiered instruction and so on have benefited the schools tremendously. They'll be further along than they would have been within our plan. But I'm eager not to let too much time go by between the original. You put in a lot of effort and resources to train every school that we need to hurry up. My last little point here is something positive, and we're really pleased what we're seeing. You might recall that not only is there that 2 days of training, but that every school, if they wish it, gets 1 day of on-site technical assistance. In other words, you went through the training. What confused you? How can you use it in your school? How do you actually apply what we just went to training for? And so in Austin ISD, your principals have tremendously supported and signed up for the technical assistance. So I have one of my very fabulous best associates that are out there that have done this for years, and sitting with each of your principals, deciding what they're going to focus on. And I'm just going to say that even though we backed away from some of those tasks so that you could complete the TEA audit, these technical assistance visits, we're excited because when we come on the campus, for most of them, they're using the language, the process, everything that was started. So it doesn't look to us like much has been lost. So we're ready to pick that up when we do. And then, I'm quick, how unhappy are you with me? I knew that, okay. The professional development.
And can I just interrupt real quick? So you can actually take your time because this doesn't count against our student outcomes and SPED monitoring minutes, correct? I mean, yeah, it counts for us.
It counts for
us.
us.
So you're good.
Oh, I could talk to midnight.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Well, this, so that number 5 kind of reflects a lot of what we talked about from the evaluation. So number 6, professional development system. I hate to say it again, but I'm going to. You have a lot of work to do with your professional development system. It's just not as robust as it needs to be. There are people there, and here's a model that I learned a long time ago that I really do recommend for Austin. You put down all the positions that you have in your district, and the next column is what expertise do they need? What new skills do those particular positions need? Your next column is what options do you offer for building that competency? And the last column would be to look at what options do you have. It doesn't have to be live training always and all of the different things. And I did remind myself that one of the things that you've already done is that when we were just starting to work with you after the report was delivered, we identified 120 of your staff that are actually, one way or another, already in an instructional coaching role. And so we brought them together for the first training in the tiered instructional strategies, research-based and fit within your MTSS. And then that was a point where when the TEA order came, we said, that's still very, very important, but they're also getting some of those courses through the TEA. But that would be a piece to pick up and enrich and enlarge later. But where it really hit let's talk about compliance a minute, is that the folks that then we interviewed and said, can you help us, what could we improve about the status of compliance in Austin? Almost invariably, a huge percentage, a group of them said individually, I don't understand how to use the data system. The training was quick. We didn't get to ask questions. We have application questions. And so, and also, they would talk about research-based strategies that they needed more support with. And actually, that 120, they're very strong folks, but they probably need some continuing work in how to be a good coach. So I would see developing at least that 4-dimensional model. And I'm sure, I keep saying it's hard to keep up with you guys because you probably already started it and done it. But I really did, and then did think that we need to say this in here. Because if you don't know how to use a system, and you don't know why being in compliance is important, and you don't know the trouble you can get into if you're not in compliance, then there's a whole different level of organizational attention to that piece. And so one of the things that is now current, we all know this in adult learning, it's not just the skills, it's the attitudes, it's the culture we're building at the same time. And so when professional development is broken, then almost every other system is compromised because the appropriate level of training in those particular areas are not provided. And so now I was very impressed with my visit because when I was looking at your professional development, because we had an honest talk about this with Ms. Hosak. And she said, yes, I agree with you. And talked about her future very quickly. She's already done this, I'm sure, but I love the idea. She has experts in adult learning under her. And the content area experts, like special ed and what does compliance require and what are the timelines and all of that, reside under the special ed department. And so it makes for, if you separate the two, pretty boring, not so effective adult learning. But if you marry the two so they plan together, then you have really robust, improved professional development that really matters and makes a difference for her. And I know that's on her agenda. Maybe she's already launched it, but I like that very much because you can't do one without the other. And as a result, we have people who, professional educators that would rather do anything but go to a professional development meeting. And so, right? So there's work to be done there, and I'm very excited about Now, the lowest point for me professionally was number 7. And I'm going to speak very honestly. When we looked at, of course, parents have been inundated with experiences in Austin in the last 4 years, parents of children with disabilities, having to not only advocate for their children, but to almost, I don't even know a verb to tell you that would say if my child has not been evaluated and he or she is experiencing this level of difficulty, then what would I be willing to do as a parent if the school's not listening, if the school is not listening? And so I would tell you that the 3 toughest days I've had in at least a year were the days that I did focus groups with parent advocacy groups and groups that work with parents of children with disability. I could have crawled under the door to leave each day from that meeting because While there were wonderful statements made about individual teachers and individual services, for the most part, remember, this group I'm talking to you about are parents who are part of an advocacy group, have gone to get help for their children. So one of the things that we found is, in the main, you have a fairly large group of parents, about 80%, that are pleased with services for their children. But the 20% plus that are not have had really, really inappropriate, unsupported, illegal almost, I'd say that word, experiences in trying to get services for their children. And I'm going to share something I think it makes a point. One of the parents said something. She said, you know, when you take your child to school, you worry about the bullying in the school, the kids, the teasing, but you never think that it will also happen for the adults, from the adults. And in a few of your schools, and the reason I worded it in my report, that respectful parent-school relationships are not universal in Austin schools. There are some schools where the adults violate confidentiality, speak of the disability in front of the class, communicate to the parents that option isn't here, available here, we don't do that, or we made a decision before you got here, or any level of egregious kinds of things. Now, I believe it's not the norm, but if it happens anywhere, it's the wrong thing to happen. And I share with you the kinds of questions that you have about how you make certain that it is universal across all of your schools. And so it's kind of hard hitting, isn't it? But that's I think our job tonight is to say that when you look at your parent survey data, it's in your report. Be careful, because it looks sort of okay if you don't have very high standards, but many people look at it and say, oh, good, 80% of the parents said they agreed or strongly agreed with that position. One question, my child has received efficient and effective evaluations from the system. Well, I'm not happy that 23% said, no, I disagree, or I strongly disagree. That's not a good statistic. Our firm has always set a standard of at least 90% and really 95%. So when you look at your results, and Judith will go a little further with that, when she talks about parent issues, do recognize that it looks good, but would you want to live with 20% strongly disagreeing or disagreeing with the statement? So what changes that? And I want to say that I met many parents who had happy, wonderful, enriching stories. But it should be, I don't even know a phrase, but not okay. Stop right there. And so I think we have some administrator training to do, and I think we have some educator training to do. And I also found that, and I'll kind of put a bow pretty quickly here, one of the things that the parents often talked about is that when they arrive at an ARD meeting, they don't understand the testing results. They're not sure they understand the recommendations from the team. Some of them are not part of that decision. So when you arrive at a meeting that already has a knot in your throat and you don't know what your role is, am I supposed to sit here? Do I ask a question? And so on. Therefore, we have a broken process, right? We have parent training that needs to happen. Many districts have a parent person, that are trained in the district that sit beside the parents who, if they ask for it, to say, here, if you have a comment about, or this is your place too. It's very, very powerful. And so I would say that we got a list of wonderful people mentioned all the time about the schools where they just felt so reinforced. But clearly, I saved it for last because I think 1, 2, and 7 are the things that have to be fixed and soon. Okay, I'm going to move on to my last slide. Oh, no, I'm not. I'll tell you why I'm not. I'm going to use my last slide to end with. I'm going to put a bow on the presentation, okay? So, Dr. Moaning, I will tell you that because she's part 2, and I told you earlier, she took those parts, those items that TEA spelled out also. And so I want her to tell you the model that we use. She'll start with that because I think you'll like the approach that was taken. Judy.
Thank you. It's nice to be here tonight. And it was truly an honor to work with your district as part of this audit team. My task is to address more of the nitty-gritty of what we presented in the audit report. We organized it around the 7 separate sections that we responded to in the request for proposal. We're going to touch briefly on each one of those. We added one additional section on parent engagement and participation. I will share, we made 94 recommendations in the report. Some of those recommendations are very simple. Some of them are going to be much more complex to carry out. We can just say there's a lot of work for everybody to do. In terms of organizing our response and our presentation in each of those sections, we posed 3 questions. Question number 1, what should be? What are the quality practices we want to see in this area? Question number 2, what is currently within Austin ISD? So what were our findings? And question 3 goes back to what recommendations can you consider as you move forward in this area. So let's look at the first 2 sections.
And instead of 94, she's picked a few.
Just a few, I promise. This slide deals with multi-tiered systems of support and child find. Here in Austin ISD, you use the term CST, the Child Study Team Process. In terms of a finding, our primary finding was that MTSS in the past within Austin ISD has been implemented very inconsistently as you move across the district from campus to campus, and that's a big deal. Another finding is that the district had created a number of years ago an electronic data management system for campuses to use as they carried out the MTSS process. Again, we found inconsistent use of that system. When we reviewed it, we thought it had a lot of value, we thought it had a lot of utility, and could be very useful in connecting various sources of data within the district, a student's grades, a student's educational history, their discipline, their testing data, and a variety of other sources of data. When we met with principals in focus groups, a number of them said, we don't feel like we really understand how to use that system. So a couple of recommendations, again, for consideration. If we want to improve consistency, we have to think about mandating full participation. And if we're going to mandate full participation, it becomes important that we require training in that process and require the use of whatever platform to manage the student data that is generated. TEA, in the agreed order, has done you a favor by requiring another look at the MTSS system and a revision and a refinement of the process that you are using. They've also required that you're going to be providing training. So they've helped out in that respect. As part of creating your MTSS process, the district has had a committee working on that. And one recommendation we would make is that that district-wide committee be expanded and review the data in an ongoing way for the purpose of identifying gaps in the system and to assess, you've put this in place, what about it is working and what needs ongoing refinement. Okay, moving on, let's look at the referral for special education evaluation and the evaluation process. Here are a couple of findings. Dr. Stetson has already identified issues with your special ed data management system, EasyIEP. Another finding that we made in this area refers to your evaluators who go under the title of either educational diagnostician or school psychologist. Very important, very key people in this process. As the district found itself under the gun in terms of a backlog of evaluations to complete, and as they looked at the number of evaluators who were currently in place within the system to carry out those evaluations, they employed a number of strategies. And while we do not believe those strategies represent best practice, we understand the rationale for putting them in place. Essentially, the role of the evaluator was narrowed from a more broad role in which they are able to provide consultation within the system, in which they're able to be part of the problem-solving team on each campus that is looking at how do we improve services. Their primary role at this point in time is focused on testing and writing reports for students. And while that's an important piece, our recommendation in this area is a very strong one. We understand that narrowing of the role, we understand the rationale and why it had to be done, but we would urge you to put together a plan to begin to move back toward a more best practice use of your special ed evaluators that could better support campus staff and families in understanding the evaluation process. And of course, in almost every one of these areas, we're going to identify the need for additional training to help campuses understand how that process works and particularly what their role is in carrying out a very compliant approach to evaluation and the evaluation process. Okay, then our favorite, special education ARD committee process. Our findings here are a couple. One was very, very positive. We identified issues with your special ed data management system. Dr. Stetson talked about how that played into difficulty with meeting compliance targets. The district has supplemented that system by creating 2 data management tools or systems themselves, the Smartsheet system and the dashboard. I led the elementary principal focus group, and a principal stated the dashboard had been a lifesaver. He called it a game changer because it better allowed him to connect with kids on his campus who were involved in the evaluation process. So we have to say salute you for that. And we have to say that's a real positive finding. A finding that is less positive aligns with some of the information that Dr. Stetson shared. Apparently, ARD meetings within AISD are not always an opportunity to collaborate positively with families. Again, we got multiple input from a number of different sources indicating that some campuses do an amazing and positive job of making this process work. Other campuses have work that needs to be done. So definitely continuing to work on the data management system would be a recommendation. Another would be ongoing and extensive annual training related to this process. I believe Dr. Stetson also identified the issue of looking at individuals within the system, general educators, special educators, campus administrators, central office administrators, and very clearly and specifically identifying what is each role's area of compliance. What is my responsibility for compliance within the my role within the instructional system, but definitely being very clear and explicit in terms of what those compliance responsibilities are for each role. Okay.
I apologize. I dropped a little ball here. It's a big one. In my part, I should have mentioned about under parents, that with the ARD meetings, bilingual parents really do not have their needs met frequently. And that requires more work. The parent that speaks English leaves often with a copy of the IEP to go home and review and make a decision, do they approve it? A parent who speaks, let's say, Spanish, does not go home with the copy of the IEP developed. They go home and may expect something in a week or so. So that is a disconnect, of course. And of course, having someone beside them that speaks, that can translate for them. And so this is a challenge for, I think, many of our districts, but it's either way. You know, I'm taken back to a bedrock belief system and a procedure in special ed. It's called informed consent, that parents must give informed consent about identifying their child as a child with a disability and what services they're going to receive. If I'm in that meeting and I don't hear it and understand it because of language limitations, and I don't walk out with something that I can read and understand, if I sign that IEP, that's not informed consent. I trust you, oops, I hope that it'll happen, but I don't understand, I'm not fully informed. So I wanted to add that, sorry, I meant to say it earlier.
Clearly a number of things we can work on related to the ARD process to ensure that regardless of which campus that ARD is being held on, that it's a positive, a productive, and a collaborative opportunity for schools and parents to work together. Moving on to special education monitoring for compliance and accountability systems. And here we're looking at an issue that Dr. Stetson identified in terms of the organization of the special education department. As we interviewed a variety of individuals within special education, we found that compliance had been assigned to a specific group. Evaluation was assigned to a specific group, and the same applied to speech and to related services. And each of these groups had created multiple guidance documents which were posted on the web. When we spent a bit of time with those documents, we identified some conflicting information. So looking at compliance as a responsibility that is monitored by a particular group when we interviewed folks in other groups and asked questions related to compliance, we were referred back to the compliance group. If we ask a question of another group related to evaluation, we were referred back to the evaluation group, which brings us to our recommendation, and that would be that the entire central office special ed department meet on a regular and frequent basis, in which one of the goals would be to ensure that compliance is understood by everyone in the department and is the responsibility of every single person in the department. So a reintegration of compliance responsibilities across the department. We also recommended development of a comprehensive plan looking at multiple sources of data to collect data, review it, analyze it, and then respond to it. And this is a very, very big task for the special education department, but it's important. If we're going to be compliant, we've got to own that compliance in all areas. So we have to be very aware of what data do we need to collect, and we need to have a process for analyzing that data and working with it on a regular basis. Last one, and this brings us back to parent communication and engagement. And we've already identified the fact that parent experiences vary from campus to campus within Austin ISD. We heard parents state that their requests were not always acknowledged, were not always honored by folks on the campus, whether it was through an ARD committee or outside of that. In some cases, what was identified was almost an us versus them mentality. So we're talking about attitudes. We're talking about where is our heart. Important. The expectation needs to come, and I believe it is coming and it will continue to come, but it needs to come from the highest level within the district to the entire district, and particularly to our campus administrator, that they need to understand the role of the parent of a child with a disability. Those parents have a seat by law at the table. We've got to respect that, and we've got to respond as though we understand that particular, their situation. So we made many, many recommendations in the audit report, and I wanted to highlight a couple of them. One, there are a lot of really good things going on with families within your district. Your principals come together once a month in a principals meeting. There can be a specific item on that agenda that asks parents to share, asks principals to share what is positively happening on their campus, so that it's almost a, let me tell you a good story about what's happening on my campus. And look at number 2. Austin is a district that celebrates the diversity of your population and your community. We are recommending that disability awareness becomes something that you also celebrate on an annual basis, both on campuses and within the district. When disability is a part of the human condition, when we celebrate that part of the human condition, we are making a real statement about who we are as a school community. And when I hear folks in Austin talk, I know that that's what they want to celebrate. In terms of training for parents, there is a whole lot that is going on. your parents, when they talk to us through focus groups or through comments to the parent survey, made it very clear that they're looking for transparency. They want to understand, how does the system work? They need modeling. They need to have it explained to them what is okay for them to ask for. They need to understand that we cannot do that does not mean that we don't care about what you have asked for. Some things are simply not doable, but that requires a lot of coaching, a lot of modeling for our families so they reach that point where they feel that they really are in a collaborative decision-making process. We've spoken about the survey that was completed as part of this audit. A different survey was done in the earlier program evaluation. In this survey, there were 15 questions posed. For one of those questions, you received a agree or agree strongly from 91% of your parents. The rest of those items received ratings in the 70 to 80% range. You want more than that. We know that you do, and we really encourage districts to seek above a 90% rating and to understand when they don't get it and to work in that direction. We know that that's what you're holding out for yourself.
Thank you. We have one slide left, but I want to be sure that we're really clear on one thing. When Dr. Moaning said that some things are not doable, let's go back to that concept a minute. As she knows, and I know, and we all know, but I want to say it again. It can't be an administrative convenience. Mm-hmm. That's not the issue. It is, the question is, what does the student need in order to be successful? Doesn't matter about the money, the who, the what, the why. But that is the real question. So it's not an administrative convenience response. And I want to be sure that it's not like some things can't be done. If the youngster needs it, we'll find a way to do it. And Austin's smart enough that you can. You've got lots of ways to do that. But I think the bedrock issue for both of us is even understanding, as she was saying, the decision points and how we reach those decisions. Is that all right if I get back to that one? All right. Here comes the bow. Big bow. Here it is. Okay. You have really embraced that program evaluation. We did put some of it on hold, as I said. Now we're looking at the audit, and we've completed that report, and the district has knocked themselves out, and that's something I want to end with, which is even stepping, I think, further outside of my role than I should. What's left is, of course, implementation of all of the 94 recommendations and more of that. Also, the big other piece is there's got to be an accountability system. Saying you're going to do it, you've got to be sure that the players out there are fulfilling their role, and that's a big one. How are you currently accountable? How are principals accountable? How are the administrators at the central office accountable? That's a little murky right now, and it needs to be very clear. And then the last thing is, you don't want to be here again. You really, this is not a really entertaining topic. And it's unpleasant in many ways that we have let some things down. You want to build in your strategic plan strategies that are intended to sustain what all you have done already, so that you don't start again in 3 to 4 or 5 years. So that's the cycle. And I'm going to say one thing. I've lectured myself about this and not, and then yes, I did again. I want to commend the district. We didn't know what to expect in terms of this audit and where you would be in the process. And I've come to feel such an admiration. You have focused on this. You made it your priority, you as a board, quality and services for children with disabilities when I was with you. There's not a time that I come up to this office that there are not your people leaving at 8 o'clock at night. They are working constantly. I don't think I ever see them eat lunch. They should all be really, falling apart at this point. They are really working hard. And I just couldn't deliver this report without commending you, because you set the tone for it, but that everyone from Dr. Robinette all through, and at the school level, I've rarely seen this level of commitment to making the changes that benefit children. And so I drive away worrying about your staff each time too. So I just want to thank you very much for the honor of being able to do this work with you. And I have no doubt, I'm saying this straight out, I have no doubt you're going to do this. I have no doubt you're going to meet these challenges. You know what to do, and you will do it. Again, remind yourselves that the change you're talking about does not happen overnight. It takes 2 to 3 years of systems change at the deep down attitudinal level, which is what we're talking about. So yes, have a sense of urgency, you have to, but also realize what you're really undertaking here. It's immense. Thank you, and we're ready for questions.
Wow, that was an excellent presentation. And I don't know about my colleagues up here, but I'm feeling emotional hearing this. I'm thinking about all the families and the students that we could have served better. But I also know, as you mentioned, our staff is working around the clock to fix this, and I feel like we have a leader who's going to get us there. But this is probably one of the best presentations I've seen. You guys aren't afraid to hold back, but you deliver it so nicely, and I appreciate that. This is really important work. At this time, I'd like to ask my colleagues if they have any questions, and we can take as much time as we need. This is priority 1A, and we've got the experts right here in the room. So what questions do you all have? Trustee Lugo, would you like to start us off?
Yeah, my question is not very smart, though. I always like for other people who's smarter than me to go before me. I'll break the ice.
Please.
Yeah, so thank you. And I echo President Singh's sentiments. And I also happen to be a mom of a kiddo who receives special education services. And I remember a couple of meetings ago, I don't hold back either. And so I had a meeting with our superintendent a couple of, month or so ago. And so a lot of what y'all shared tonight really echoes what I experience as a parent. So thank you for working with us to make sure that our system gets better.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So my question is, I jotted down that you had mentioned that principals are taking y'all up on technical assistance, and so
yes.
I don't know if y'all have like any metrics or maybe feedback that y'all are also getting. Is it are you finding that principals who might need kind of like building block information, yes. Technical yes. assistance, or is it more, are principals reaching out to get more accelerated or like advanced technical assistance, that sort of thing?
Let me say one thing, and I know Judith just returned today from one and yesterday, but one of the things that I love your question because you could spend a lot of money sending people out to spend a day at a school. What we really do is that we set the agenda with the principal, and every one of these visits is followed by a written follow-up technical assistance report. And it says, these were the concerns you gave us. These were the solutions that we that you arrived at. These are the resources we're going to send you that will help you with that. And then it's not quite time yet, but at the end or at some point here, then we do an annual summary and then we come and work with the department and say, these are the areas where your schools are really struggling, and this is where we saw some really good practice. And Judith has some reflections of a recent visit.
I recently visited an elementary school. My reason for being there was to support their creation of a special education schedule of services for the coming school year. we teach a process that focuses on, are we using our staffing resources effectively? Are we using our staffing resources appropriately, but also are we using them efficiently? So it's not an individual special education teacher creating a schedule. It is a schedule created for every child on that campus who has an IEP. The campus I'm talking about, I visited a year ago and helped them put together a schedule. They moved toward a very inclusive schedule of services for the majority of their students. And when I came back this year, they wanted to focus on their schedule for next year. And I will say, I think at this point they can do it themselves. But we started the day with, how did the year go? You tried a lot of things differently. You served your kids differently. We identified what went well and what was so encouraging. The things that went well were positive things that happened for kids. They had less transitions during their school day. They were more stable. They had greater exposure and access with support to the general education curriculum. All of those things that they talked about were good things that happened for children. And I said, okay, so what didn't work? What were the concerns? And guess what? It was adult issues. It was, I'm in a classroom I had not worked in before. I didn't realize that's how it was done. I wasn't sure I was welcome within that. So those are some things to work on. And as Dr. Stetson says, change takes time. So we reworked a schedule for next year. We addressed some of their concerns, but it was just a treat being able to go back 1 year later and ask them, you made changes. How did it work? What did you learn? And how do we refine it for the coming year?
When we see you again for the report, annual report, whatever, we'll have that data of all across all the campuses and what level of support did they need and what were the lessons we learned. So you'll have that.
Good question.
Great, thank
Yes.
you.
Trustee Hunter.
Thank you. It was a really good report, as President Singh mentioned. The best part for me is the truth telling, so that we know how to improve, and that's our current reality when it comes to parents, their experience. And you're right, that 20% for me is unlivable. My colleague, I too had a child who matriculated through Austin ISD with special education services, and I would be in that 80%, right? But I know too many people that I hear from them, my friends, where they're in that 20%. One of the things that you mentioned was about clarity on using the process of child find and that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna ask you two questions based on that. One is, I'm super concerned about capacity on campuses where 50, 60, 70% of those teachers, it's their first time ever walking into the classroom. Some of them may not even have a certification. I work with residents, and sometimes I tell them, don't be afraid to ask if you don't know, because I need you to know when we're talking about, ESL as my field. So I'm just really wondering if you had put in any, because I don't see them here, or if y'all are having those conversations about when you have a campus where you have all these new teachers and they have all these other new things, and then they gotta get this piece right. Mm-hmm. Like, how do they get, like, they need that training, but there's already so much training. So I don't know what kind of recommendations that you've made.
Right. What your question speaks to is something that we're really having to move to consciously, and that is there are multiple ways to be able to build up teacher skills, and it's not all, as I said earlier, sitting in the room. Our universities, they're doing a great job, but there's no way you can prepare an individual to walk in a classroom and be really, really ready to go at a master. There's no way, I don't think, to be a master teacher. So I would tell you that I want to fall back on that earlier conversation. You do have quite a number, not maybe enough, but you have a number of 120 that would last count of people who in this district have some part of their role is an instructional coach. They go into classrooms, talk to teachers, and work with teachers. My thought, really, is that instead of just a whole grab bag of topics, ultimately the district and the professional development group and with instruction, and by the way, instruction is doing a great job with their curriculum adaptations. I needed to mention that. But need to say, this is how I approach it. I want every teacher in Austin ISD to be skilled in what five practices? Flexible grouping, differentiated instruction, using scaffolds for kids, graphic organizers, vocabulary banks. And at the end of 2024-25, every teacher will have cycled through a laboratory kind of a thing, but we can't afford them to be out of the classrooms. So how do we prepare that coach that would be then working in the schools to come in and model it, observe individual teachers? Most change for teachers happens on a one-to-one or a small group basis. So what are the mechanisms that Austin ISD has now to send people into the classroom to coach? And not just everything. I think we ought to have teachers self-assess. Take those 5 strategies, whatever they are, and then have teachers say where do they think their competence is, and so on. Because we have to customize the training to the adult, and if we don't, we're really losing our momentum. So it's a big answer. It's a great question, and I think I concur so much that when you're looking at the number of new teachers. What is your mentoring process? And sometimes we're overwhelming them and we lose them. They leave. The percentage of teachers that leave after 1 to 3 years is shocking. And so we need to do a lot more work with teachers. What supports do you need? What training do you need? And I used to advocate, I haven't thought about it in a while, but anybody that comes and trains for you all and charges you a bill, you ought to tell them it's required that you're going to videotape them. And then you create a very great library. Here's differentiation, here's flexible grouping, here's whatever. And then you can check it out or download it, of course, on your server. And the teacher might have a 15-minute lesson on how to use flexible grouping. We've got to make it more accessible and around what they say they need, as well as what your folks who are the experts in all of this and go in and observe in the classrooms. There's a lot of opportunity here, and I think we really have to grab it.
Thank you. My second question is, because I don't believe it's provided in here, and I don't want you to, we don't want to pay for another report. No.
No.
But if you have this information, I would like you to share it with us.
Sure.
When it comes to the family feedback. Yes. I really want to know, you mentioned our bilingual parents,
yes.
right? Like their frustration and it's like, okay, now
what?
That informed consent.
Yeah.
I'd love to know when we look at our parent conversations, what are our Black parents saying? What are our Hispanic parents saying? What are our parents who are just newly into the country, right? Our refugee parents. Mm-hmm. What are, how many parents do we have that may be migrant people? They're only here for a little while, but their kids still have those services.
Excellent.
So just that we know.
My answer is going to be you're going to not like it right away, and then we'll make it happy. But, when we brought in groups, we really had to focus on the compliance issues. Mm-hmm. You're raising a very smart issue, which is we have to know our stakeholders. We have to know our parents. And so that would lead me to say that ours was generic across compliance issues. You ask some fabulous questions when you bring in your African American parents and say, for you, in your community and for your children, are there some special or unique or troubling issues? And I would tell you, frankly, one of them is Black children are not included either. And everywhere and to the appropriate level. Hispanic children. And so if you set about and set as a district goal that perhaps you would invite those kinds of stakeholder groups. I know we have 1 million meetings and we don't need any more, but on the other hand, those were great questions. So over the course of a year, have a consistent individual in your district as evaluator or a firm or whatever, look at your demographics. Because if you look at the percentage of African American children, children that are Hispanic and so on, that's pretty high percentages. And yet we kind of emulsify it and kind of a big, here's what the parent said. And it would be really helpful to dig deeper and disaggregate that data. But I would ask your questions and not the ones that we ask about compliance, because we were trying to get at that issue. But it's wonderful.
Great, thank you so much, that's all.
Trustee Kaufman.
I also want to thank you for the very detailed report and the presentation here, and hopefully not holding back anything. It didn't sound like you held back, but I hope that you didn't.
I'm sorry.
No, the truth is, I mean, what you see is what we need to know. But my question is specifically around the board and the role that we play in this work, because as you know, the proposed TEA order included a section for the administration and a section for the board, because the board has responsibility for doing our part to manage the situation in a governance fashion. So my question, I don't think this was a target of your audit, but you've worked with a lot of districts.
Yes.
Do you have any findings regarding the board, present or past or future? And do you have any recommendations to the board of what we can do in our role, whether it's getting more involved in a particular area or getting less involved in a particular area, so that we can support our administration and our amazing staff in getting this work done?
Okay, thank you for that great question, because you actually started already. You did something that, and I'm not sure what you've done with it, but when we were here the last time with you, you went board member to board member and said, do you subscribe to, do you believe that this should be our priority? And you said yes. The other thing that I had recommended, and I think if you have it, wonderful, but you should take from that, and it wouldn't take you long, but you need, and I apologize, I should know this, but there should be a strong statement on the part of the board. We've worked with like the San Francisco schools. We did some work with their board and they put that statement on their website, of course, and it really was, you've got the statement. We want to be the model inclusive school district in the whatever it is that was on your website. But you might want to tweak it and then put it in a prominent place and post it, because there's a lot of work that says that you have a common vision and a common vocabulary. And if I see it on your wall, it has a lot more power for the system than to say it, to express it occasionally. So that's one, is having a very tight, very short, very clear, what is your vision for all children? And I think that the community wants to hear that. But the other thing is, I know we have to watch. We have to be careful. The role of the board, as you know, we know, and we've all had the training, is separate from those of the staff and so on. But if you find that your own range of experience or exposure to any services for children with disabilities, some of you are parents, so you have a lot of experience with it. But I would think that occasionally a visit into a classroom and into a school, and I would ask them to show you what they're proud of. That just gives you a context of what you're seeing for children with disabilities. Their context is a little different. And how varied is it? And what is the consistency? Now, just for your own education, just for your own, so that you have more rich conversations. Now, whoever does board training may have a hysteric over what I just said. They may say, do not do that. But that's my opinion. There are low expectations for children with disabilities. And until you have some familiarity with those children and see what they do and see with a potential at post-school, it's hard to sit here and come up with an understanding of what the departments present to you. And I would say that's one of the things that Austin is dealing with, is a very low expectation set for children with disabilities. So what can you do? Maybe you should go visit another district. Maybe not this one, but go in classrooms somewhere else. But my apologies to whoever trained you and said don't do that, but I would do that.
Thank you. And I don't think I need to ask this right now, but I'm hopeful that we'll have guidance and support from Dr. Stetson in our goal setting and our progress goal measures, because the state of goal setting can be very frightening these days in terms of the low expectations that we have for student groups, and it's just a challenge to turn those into challenging high expectation goals that don't then discourage people because we don't meet them. But I really hope that we can
You've stimulated a thought that I highly recommend, and I use it a lot in strategic planning. I think that it would be great to have a session for the board on emerging trends in serving children with disabilities. Because if you're not careful, you bring forward what was done in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. What are research-based strategies that are highly effective and applying those? What does this state-of-the-art look like? And most anybody would benefit from that, because we think of these services where when we went to school and what we saw down the hall. So that would be very helpful. It doesn't have to be more than an hour or two, but I think that it would raise, I think, not only expectations, but your comfort zone in setting these goals.
Thank you.
Do anything? Yes, Trustee Zapata.
Thank you for the report. It was very interesting. And I have the question I have. You mentioned surveys that you provided, and 80% were pretty good and 20%. Out of how many surveys, how did the surveys go out, and how many surveys?
And I got to tell you, one of the things that's kind of interesting is that you might remember in the program evaluation, you were not here probably on the board then, but the whole COVID thing, we just couldn't get enough parent representations. So we sent this survey out to 100% of your parents of children with disabilities. And then we consult this great chart in the sky that tells you how many parent responses do you need in order for it to be statistically significant. So you want to fill them in on the number?
We received almost 600 responses, which was significantly, it was significant in
at
terms
the 95% level.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
So yay.
In fact, it was interesting, 15 items and then 2 open-ended questions. We had 44 pages of comments to those 2 open-ended questions. Parents had lots to say.
Okay. And I was curious, as you did your audit, teacher assistants also play an important role in SPED. And so was there anything that that you noticed that are we using is the TA position being used at the best way to help our teachers? Was that something that you?
Well, we can respond to that drawing from, we did a lot of classroom observations as well and following up on student services. But you've really hit an area where when you talk about emerging trends and issues in special education, very often if I'm a parent, I'm anxious about my child. I want my child to have a full-time paraeducator attached to their side because, I feel less anxious about the services. And therefore, there are more paraeducators in American schools than there are certified teachers. And part of that was when we were all feeling very poor 5 or 10 years ago with schools, and we discovered we could have 2 paraeducators for the price of 1 teacher. So during that period of time, we significantly increased the proportion of paraeducators to support schools. Now, our particular position is this. Paraeducators are invaluable, but we rarely train them, and they have to be trained. And the other thing, we don't train teachers to job embed the training. They have to have direction from a certified teacher in order to be asking for the right service and monitoring that service, and then coaching that paraeducator in talking about how you let's improve this, or when you are working with a small group and you're working on vocabulary, here's a strategy for you to use. We often, in any school district, are not doing that. And so we need to use them more effectively and efficiently. The other thing is we are overprescribing them. There must be a belief that if we have adult proximity, then that adult standing next to me, I'm going to behave better and I'm going to learn better. And that's actually, I have to say that adult proximity is not a great reason for putting a staff member beside a child. It changes everything about who interacts with a child, how they're integrated into the classroom, and so on. So when you have, we have now in my opinion, overdone it without training, and that we need to be much more precise about what supports does that child need, and who is the most appropriate adult provider for that. And is an adult provider needed? Because ultimately we want their independence. So you don't withhold those supports, but you also use them very carefully and very strategically.
Okay. So that was in your report?
Yes, the first one.
Great, thank you. That's all I have, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Boswell.
I want to echo all the thanks for the presentation and for the report. It's written for our community to know in a very thorough but accessible way, and really appreciate the way you put it together. So it is accessible to, I think, a lot of people, and I think really valuable for anyone who's interested in this to take the time to read it. It's long, but not overwhelmingly so, and I think really valuable.
Thank you.
So thank you for that, and for, as Trustee Kaufman said, really speaking some truths that need to be heard. And I'll say that I'm looking at you, you're looking at us, and I'm looking beyond you to some of our SLPs who are in the back, and there's a lot of vigorous nodding from people who are very closest to our students, to a lot of what you've been saying. So really appreciate you capturing that kind of campus level, student level, classroom level experience. And I know, as Trustee Hunter said, a lot of what you said about our parent experience and that 20-ish% of our parents, we know that echoes a lot of what we've heard from people as well. So thank you for that. I have a specific question about, you talked about the focus on compliance, the understandable nature that we're narrowing the role of our LSSPs to get that done, and what we're losing out on by doing that. I would love to hear a little bit more about that, and whether you feel like we're at a place where a plan can be put in place and implemented to address that and go back to best practices.
I just want to make one statement. I'm going to turn it over to you, but I do want to say that in every conversation that we've had with your department leadership, that has been one of their priorities, is to know that what was done, it still was really good. It had to happen, and it had to happen and meet those timelines. But in every one of our conversations, they have reiterated that they're very eager to provide more slice of that pie of time for each of those individuals that are in evaluation roles to discuss the results with their parents, to teachers that are saying, what does this mean in my classroom? So that's a great deal. So I know that is on their priority list. And actually, the progress they've made in reducing that number down to single digits of remaining students in actually the timeline in noncompliance. I think I'm going to turn it over to you, but your second question was a really good one. What is the timing for that? Are we ready yet? And how would you phase that in?
I think that question of are we ready to begin moving back and reshaping the role of our school psychologist, educational diagnostician, it's a good question. And a corollary to that is we have to know, do we have enough people in order to be fully compliant with the law, meaning that if a child is referred for special ed evaluation, we are going to meet that legal requirement to get that child tested. So that requires some comparison to other districts. It's going to require a good bit of conversation with your special education staff as to how they feel about where they are and what they see as they address ongoing evaluations. So I think both questions are important. Are we ready? And we have to know, do we have enough folks in order to begin moving back? But we can look at publications from the National Association of School Psychologists to look at what is the full role. What can those evaluators do? What is their value-added piece to the pie? And it's a big piece. We heard from parents who talked about not understanding the evaluation process, not understanding what that evaluation meant related to their child. We talked to principals who said, there is more than one evaluator involved in every evaluation. I need to know who to invite to the yard. I need to know who can I call in order to get our questions answered. So is there a need to look at that? Yes. But first we have to know that we can meet our legal requirements for evaluation timelines.
And I believe, I'm going to out you here, we were talking about that very question yesterday. And in your opinion, they need to add, they're not quite fully staffed in the evaluation. Is that correct? Or did I forget? Did I misinterpret your comment?
We did talk about that. It's a big question. It's an important question, and it's one we need to get a variety of opinions in order to answer. I'm a retired special education director. I never believed I had enough evaluators. I never did. Because there was always more that we could dream about in terms of what could they add to the pie. But again, I believe that you have staff who can provide a very educated answer. We need reasons if we're going to add people. So I would really encourage you to have those conversations.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And will we get an update on that at our end of year, our annual report?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Make a
and I
note.
look forward to hearing from you
Yes,
guys
you
as
do.
well about that.
Not surprised.
Thank you. I appreciate that very
You can
much.
tell the one of the group that just tells it all like she sees it.
We like that.
I know.
Yes. Thank you. And have a question about the professional development system, which you spoke about certainly in terms of special education, and really seemed to allude that it goes more broadly, that it's not just special education where we're falling down on that. And really appreciate you bringing that to us, and just want to take what we've heard and hope that we include that in our budget conversation as we're looking at how we're spending our funds and where we're directing information.
Well,
and resources.
I would say something that we see everywhere, and I'm anxious about it. With the need to keep teachers in the classroom, with the lack of substitutes, the pressure that to not remove anybody during learning time during the school day, you fully understand. And yet, across the country, across our clients, they have really cut back on professional development. And the budget doesn't reflect it as a priority, generally speaking. You know, it used to be that you would pay a stipend and teachers could come in for a couple of days in the summer. And you could really give them a lot of very intensive training and so on. You don't see that very much anymore. And I'm worried about it because that's one of the reasons we're losing teachers, is because they don't feel supported with professional development. And so I really look forward to the day, and hope it's soon, that school boards, districts, with all the money issues that you're facing, which are huge, how can we really design that robust plan for professional development across everyone in our system and the skills they need, and what are our options for accomplishing it, and making sure that we have that plan that's implemented on an annual basis, how we do that, and fit it into all the other priorities. But just think, what if your surgeon never took another course before they decided to put a stent in your heart? That would worry me a whole lot. Well, these people are working, all of us are working our best for children. And so much happens in our field of new research and things that make a huge difference to children's learning. And I'm talking about any child, not just children with disabilities. How in the world are we going to be able to infuse that knowledge for our adults? Because if they're not interested in learning, they're not a teacher.
Very appreciated. I have another question. You very diplomatically phrased it as varied degrees of respectful relationships with parents, and we've all heard from people about experiences. What patterns and lack of patterns did you notice in that? Demographically, linguistically, geographically? And how much of it was really scattershot, kind of down to an individual who was in that relationship with parents?
Well, okay. We did not disaggregate the data. Well, we did, and we haven't pulled that. We have it to be able to give you, but we had parents indicate their school, that so that we could disaggregate by their school, by their level, elementary, middle, preschool, whatever, and zip code. I think I can't believe that, but I was told that by my assistant. They did that. So we could actually provide you with disaggregated parental responses to all those questions by the demographics that matter. Now, we did not take ethnicity. We didn't take that data, sadly, but probably, but we can provide that when we come back and really give you, I think, a very thorough view of per school. Now, one of the problems is from 12,000 parents down to 600. Very often you had one parent that responded from this school and two from that one. And so you have to be careful about how you draw conclusions. Or you might tell us there's a better way for us to do that. For example, your demographic areas, like there are 14 schools in this area and 10 in that. Your feeder patterns or whatever could also be reported back to you. So we do have that, but I just love the theme that's growing in here, that I'm hearing, is that it's not enough to have that global score. You've got to know where those problems are and what their unique solutions may be in the neighborhood. And so I will say this, though we did not disaggregate for this purpose, is that there were comments from parents that the richer schools had more services, they were happier with some of the relationships with the faculty and so on than those that were in a poverty area. And while you might expect that, we shouldn't. That's not okay. And so that's part of your work, I think, that's exciting, is that you have that in front of you. And maybe that answers some of those earlier questions about disconnect from the schools and inconsistency across schools.
Francis, I want to add that we did hear from parents in 57 schools. Not all, but a very good variety.
So we'll bring that to you. We just don't have it with us.
Thank you. And the different grade levels, appreciated. Thank you. And then I have one final thought about accountability and how we monitor this. Again, back to Trustee Kaufman's question to some degree, what our role is in keeping this from happening, making sure the work proceeds, and keeping this from happening again. And, the expectation that we have a scorecard with 5 items on it that can't possibly monitor all of this. But if you were going to share thoughts about what a special education item on this might be, kind of what sentinel, what kind of single data point do you think would be most valuable for us to monitor in that way?
Let me ask you this. Are you talking about those respectful relationships, or what's the sentinel outcome data that you want to collect?
I think those are good questions. I mean, I think, yes.
Because you approach them differently, obviously, right?
And yes. And we may have room, we have goals and we have what are called constraints, and it may be that we have room for both. So I welcome thoughts about both, just as we're starting to think about what might be in our scorecard.
Those are really good questions. All right, well, bedrock. participation in the general curriculum for children with disabilities, and hop in here, their performance, reading proficiency, grade level, whatever, all the measures that we have for student performance. And I will tell you that some of the newer work suggests that at least 80 to 85% of children with disabilities should be able to master on grade level content. And if you look at their disability categories, learning disability, am I giving them the right scaffolds, graphic organizers, vocabulary banks? They should be able to master on grade level content. Many of our children are not reading on grade level, but if we give them that information orally, like from text to speech, it reads the book to them, they can achieve. So that statistic is pretty heavy, that 85% at least. So I would use that as a benchmark. And I would ask every school to find where you are now, they know it, and then where do you want to be next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. And what will you have to do in order to achieve that? And I'm sure you do. You have an annual school improvement plan, right? Do we? Okay. But maybe you add some elements to those reports that reinforce the board's commitment to diversity, and to the performance of children with disabilities. I'm speaking only there, but it's uncomfortable lately for me to just talk about one population because all children are. But I would add that to, if it's not there already, to your annual school improvement plan, let's see, let's look at something that's on the rise, and that's behavioral difficulties with children. As some of the parents said, there's a difference between having a discipline problem and having an emotional disturbance. And as a teacher, I knew that I could manipulate my classroom so that most, if not all, there were no discipline issues for what I did in terms of engagement versus a classroom down the hall that you took your life in your own hands when you went in there because there was no structured classroom management behavior. Well, we need to take data on the discipline issues, but then we need to look at disproportionate representation. Are minority children more frequently identified as having emotional disturbance, or are more frequently identified as having discipline issues? And we need to disaggregate the data by ethnicity, home language, whatever are the variables that are important, so that we can really drill down and look at the strategies we're using. Does that help? But you want to do that screen of disproportionality, hold up your standard, and set your standards in advance instead of after you look at your data. If you want 85% of your students to master on grade level content, say that. If you have a standard like that, we usually meet them. If we don't, then now, of course, Texas and every other state has their own standards for what appears in the TEA, and that's been a very helpful shift. But we'd love to. There are a number of variables that we would recommend, and do you want to add any more? Those are my two favorites. Those right there.
I think what you've put out is readily available data, and I think if you ask, as a board, if you ask your special education department to share it, they can do that.
And schools, let's remember the school owns the child, not just the department, if I could add that. Because we got to be careful about what we're messaging. We have to be very careful. So part of your big problem is lack of shared ownership for children with disabilities. So what you send out has got to model that shared responsibility for all children. It's hard to do. We've done it another way for a long time.
That was immensely helpful. Thank you. Thank you for all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Trustee Kaufman.
I appreciate you brought up the 80 to 85% number, and I had wanted to ask about that earlier, but I wasn't sure what my question was, and now I know. When you say that, right, and you cite that data, is it your expert opinion that 80 to 85% of students identified with special education can pass the Texas STAR with the way it's administered and the accommodations that are provided? Or are you saying that with appropriate accommodations and modifications that may not be available on STAR, students can actually achieve grade level content standards?
You're even almost getting out of
Because-
my comfort zone. I will, and thank goodness we finally found something, right? One of the things that how I learn the content versus how I test, what the testing tells me. So right now, we're not providing the scaffolds for learning it, let alone when I'm tested on it. So to me, we've got to really work up the strategies. And this doesn't mean that every teacher in your district isn't working hard. I know they are. This is not about being down on teachers. It's a big task. But we've got to, I believe that 85% of children with disabilities can, in fact. And when I first saw that statistic, I said, no way. And what I did is I pulled the national data from the annual report to Congress. You really should use your own data. And you have your demographics. What percent of children have a learning disability? What percent speech only? What percent with a cognitive disability? And you go around and let's just take a child with an orthopedic issue or speech only. On grade level? Yeah. You'd see a predominant percentage of youngsters. Children with emotional disturbance often are very, very strong in school. It's the behavior that gets in their way. I went around the pie chart and I said, what do I see in schools? And do I think that would be, could I come up with 85% off of that pie chart that I believe could? And I guess that's kind of what our firm, we really believe it. And yet that's why we go in and observe in classrooms and talk to teachers, because how off is what's happening in a classroom or in a school from what actually would help us achieve that 85%? What is it? And then how do we, professional development and all the conversations we've had so far, what is it going to take? That's a fabulous question. What does it take? And our schools can tell us that.
Andrew, do you have anything? Trustee Gonzalez?
No, it's just been so fun listening to you. It has been. I haven't, I think every question that I had has been asked already, but I do just want to reiterate my thanks for you sharing these findings with us. I was a teacher in the district, and so many times you would say something, and just to my core, it was true. And it's something that I had observed, or that I knew someone that had spoken of. Even, we could talk for a long time about that. But anyway, I just wanted to express my thanks.
Thank you. Well, that's why I'm 110 years old. I've been in school a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on this side of the dais? Trustee Whitley-Chu?
So I'm going to narrow mine down to one, and it's kind of the opposite of a question that Trustee Boswell asked. So when we were looking at you talked about our campuses that are bright spots, that are model campuses doing this right. Can you give us specific examples that can be replicated, that we can use and other campuses can do?
Well, every one of your schools can do this and needs that support to do it. I would tell you that something we did 2 years ago for you all was very helpful, and that is we randomly chose some schools and went out and spent a day going to as many classrooms as we could go in, and we took a structured observation tool. Is there differentiation of instruction? Are the behavior rules posted in the room? And there are, and we designed an instrument called the Learning Walk. And it has the characteristics that our firm sat down together and said, what would we want to see predominant in a school that we visit? And we'll be glad to send it to you so you can see our take on it. I've got to tell you, it probably needs to be revised. It's a couple of years old. But it's good, and it defines each of the things that we're looking for. So you don't just wonder, what does that mean? But we actually defined it. Then we're able to turn that into a numeric score. That in your class or this school, 87% of the teachers differentiated their content by either, so on and so forth. And then it gives them a profile, and then we train them on how to walk through it. Well, I'm not selling I'm just saying that I think I bird walked out of that one, didn't I? But I think any school can, but I think what's missing is often they're not clear on what ought to be. You know, there's so many things that bombard schools every day. This new plan, this new thing, this new journal, this new strategy. That's why I favor districts, and very few do it, of creating that professional development plan. But what are our expectations for every teacher in Austin ISD, or most of them? And then does our professional development support that? And does our principal recognize those practices? Can our principal, every principal, go in and walk through classrooms, observe for themselves which practices are in place and not? And actually, what resources are we giving principals in order to help them coach their faculty? I believe principals have to become more instructional leaders than and poor things, they've got enough to do. But when the research tells us when the principal observes and comments on instructional strategies, there is significant, often, improvement in that school in terms of student learning over time, because it conveys how important that is. I sort of bird walked, didn't I? But we'll be glad to send you that. We can send it to Dr. Robinette or whomever, or Dr. Reach, and he can send it out to you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah, we love a good rubric.
Oh, I bet you do.
Yes, we do. I have a couple. I think, did everyone get a chance to ask their questions? Okay, I have a couple kind of specific ones. One is, and you kind of got to it, but I was like, why do some campuses treat parents well during ARDS, and why do some don't?
Excellent question. All right. This is a law we're talking about. This isn't just preference for making decisions in an ARD meeting. It's not an adult preference. I used that phrase earlier. Truly, evidently, and in Austin, some schools simply do not understand. When we gave and no principal will let me in their building again. But you remember the phrase that was just so popular? What is it? Site-based decision-making, right? Well, I believe in that because I think principals are they're here, they chose this profession, they could be making a lot more money in a lot of different places. But I also believe that I would modify site-based decision-making. And the way you do that is you say, what are the critical things Austin expects in every school? Small list, not huge, but they must be there. And the rest, where do you have latitude? You do not have latitude about when that ARD meeting is scheduled. And you don't have latitude to tell the parent, we don't serve that kind of kid here. Or I'm quoting some of the parents here. Or, well, there were just so many varied that were and you contrast, and I don't know, you've asked the question, why would one individual be empathetic, understanding, but able to also represent the district and the rules that we have to follow, and another one would share in front of a large group the disability of my child in front of everyone, or inside the child's classroom? Or why would that individual talk negatively about the child to the parent? Why would that happen? And so I've been worrying about this, and I'll tell you what I thought. I would like to go back to my notes because I think it'd be a dynamite thing for Austin to have. I'd love to just take some of those phrases from the parents and create a training program around that. Because there's nothing that I've said that is as straightforward as some of the parents were able to say. And I think if we use their words and then say, what do we do as a leader in a school? How do we create that climate? How do my faculty know I will not accept violations of confidentiality about a child? That doesn't happen, in my school. But they have to understand, what are the confidentiality rules? As one superintendent told me not too long ago, he was in a grocery store and heard something, and he said, a parent telling another, and he said, I almost reached for my district checkbook. I knew she could sue me for $1 million. What was said by an educator in the grocery store to a parent. I'm not sure that we're very clear on that at some point. When does Austin ISD build in very clear training about confidentiality? I don't know, but that ought to be big, because it also protects relationships, not just confidentiality. And so if we had the answer to that, then I would think that our training or our interventions, or I wonder, when we train the folks who supervise the principals, what screen do they use? I don't know. How do they observe their principals in action? There is an evaluation, of course, form, and you have it, and you've adopted it, and Texas probably blessed it. But what's on there that gets at those questions? Not just the performance. And I think our principals and our teachers are under more stress today than I've ever seen in the schools. And therefore, I think all of this has to be couched in how do we support them and reduce the stress and increase the excitement. You know that phrase, Simon Sinek says, go back to your why. Mm-hmm. Why did you become an educator? And then you revisit that with your faculty and with your principals. What is your profile of a highly effective principal or assistant principal? Because we have to have conversations. We're not having courageous conversations necessarily if we can slip by. And every educator wants. I believe this. I've never met so far, knock wood, an educator that didn't want what was best for kids. I really haven't. But sometimes the way we get there and our ideas about how we get there just are destructive for relationships, or that's a big word, destructive, difficult, or hard to move forward.
Thank you. If we have other questions for Dr. Stetson, because we've taken a lot of time here, is there a way for trustees to reach out? I don't know if there's...
I can't answer. I would love that.
Is that okay?
I mean, we can, do you want me collect them off from the board and send over, and then Dr. Stetson can send a response? That might be one way to tackle it.
I just wanted to know if it was an option. We can figure out the detail. I've got three more questions, but I think it's time to get to the next agenda item.
Sure.
So I don't want to, I feel like I could be here for hours, but I really, truly appreciate it.
This is like a doctoral defense. This is kind of scary.
Yeah, no, this is great. Trustee Kaufman has a comment, though.
I just want to thank Superintendent Segura and your team for the transparency that we asked for and that you've delivered in terms of this whole process. I just want to let the public, if any public is still watching, know that this 62-page report is already posted online. It's on the special education web page. The second click is to the TEA partnership. And when you click on that, it already has the updated timeline that shows that there was a presentation on April 4th, and this presentation is in there. And it has April 1, this report was released, and it's already available in full. So I appreciate the transparency. These are challenging issues, but it does no one any good to hide from them or to hide them from the public who is being served or underserved. So I appreciate that.
Do you know, Mr. Segura, that of all the comments that parents made, that was one of the most frequent, is that you're insisting on transparency. And teachers. So thank you for that. That's very big.
Thank you.
Yes.
We truly appreciate your work, and thanks again to all the staff that have also contributed.
They work so hard. Your folks are really working hard. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. Send me the questions.
Okay. We got questions.
Well, we could,
thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we're just going to switch gears now to another heavy topic, which is our budget.
And thank you for putting us before that.
Oh, you're quite welcome. You're quite welcome. Was there...
Help getting to the chat here.
Okay, so we've got our CFO getting comfortable for our first of two budget conversations tonight. As we have learned previously, the administration is recommending making at least a $30 million cut to our budget for next year. It is critical that the board understands what our investments are, what cuts that are being recommended, and how they lead to high student outcomes. And we're going to be going into specifics around that tonight, later tonight, I believe, in our board retreat, which will be public. And indeed, I know, like, we continue to do more with less. And I know our team is working hard. So we've scheduled, and this one, we do have to be a little tighter on. We have scheduled 60 minutes for tonight's presentation. As a reminder for trustees and our public, we will also hold this more in-depth conversation on the budget tonight following our regular business. So this, we don't have to use 60 minutes now. In fact, I would recommend using maybe half that time right now and saving the rest of it for later, if that's okay with y'all. So let's try to keep it for 30 minutes. So, Mr. Segura, please introduce the next item.
All right, thank you, Presidency. I'd like to ask Ed Ramos, our CFO, Chief Financial Officer, to share the 2024-2025 preliminary general fund, food service, and debt service budget presentation. Just for clarity purposes, Ed will go through the presentation, but as mentioned before, we will have a work session later tonight where we'll go into depth regarding some of the potential cuts that we may be looking at. Go ahead, Ed.
Superintendent Segura, President Singh, members of the board, tonight we will present the 24-25 preliminary budget, and that's a key word that you're going to hear tonight, preliminary, knowing that over the course of the next several months, the numbers that you are going to see before you tonight will more than likely change based on decisions that we make as a district with regards to budget priorities. We will receive our property value estimates next week from the Travis Central Appraisal District, and so that will have an impact in our preliminary projections. So overall, with regards to our budget development cycle, we are currently in our engagement and implementation phase, as you see before you. And so we are holding community budget sessions. We are having communications with committees throughout the district, with our district advisory committee. And also, we are looking at strategies for reducing our budget, not only this year, but next year. You'll hear a more in-depth conversation on that towards the end of this board meeting. And then we are presenting our preliminary budget tonight. With regards to the overall budget, the district budget, our school board will, in the month of June, approve a general fund, food service fund, and debt service fund expenditure and revenue budget for the district. One of the things, the differences between these three budgets are with the general fund, you're looking at your basically general operating budget, your staff salaries, your per pupil funding, utilities that we pay as a district, repairs and maintenance, and safety and security. Food service, of course, is your food service expenditures. That is a federal fund. That normally is a break-even program, and so that budget is $47.3 million for next year. And then debt service, this is where we pay our interest and principal payments, our debt payments as a district. So we are going to concentrate tonight's presentation on the general operating budget. So we are projecting next year revenues of $1.5 billion, recapture payment of an estimated $660 million, operating expenditures of $956 million. The number that is in the red column is the number that we're going to concentrate on tonight and later on in the board meeting as well, which is the $30 million figure. And so the reason that that number is important is because our goal is to achieve $30 million in budget cuts, and that gets us to an estimated $30 million proposed deficit budget. So even though as a district we are looking at making some difficult decisions and reducing our overall expenditures, cutting $30 million will not get us to a balanced budget, but it does get us to a manageable deficit budget for the next school year. Some of the assumptions that we are looking at with regards to next year's budget, we are projecting a flat enrollment of 73,100. We project an average daily attendance of 92%, so we try to be conservative with our average daily attendance, the percentage of time that our students attend throughout the year. And then that calculates to an average daily attendance of 67,787. Tax collections, we are projecting 10% property value growth, which we have had very strong property value growth in this district over the past several years, a little over 10% actually, but we are being conservative and project a 10% growth for next year. Tax collections, a 10% growth as well. The tax collection rate, which is of the total local taxes that we are projected to receive, we usually budget 99% of collections from those taxes. And then based on the TEA calculations, we are estimating a maintenance and operations tax rate of 0.6959 in our projections. We have overseen and done several community engagements. Transparency is very important to this district, and we want to make sure that we maintain that transparency. We've met and overseen 6 presentations to the District Advisory Council. We've met with several community CAC staff meetings over the course of the budgeting process starting in January. So we've done 10 presentations to our community. Those will continue through the month of April. And then we've done 2 presentations with our up-close cohort. We do have upcoming presentations in the month of April, all the way through April 30th, which will be an English and Spanish session at Austin High School. We also have a tool called Thought Exchange, and that allows us to receive community feedback as we undergo these community presentations. We have summarized basically where we are at and what we are seeing as a result of community feedback. And so some of the top categories that our community is really wanting us to concentrate on with regards to our budget is campus staffing. They want us to address teacher turnover and the well-being of our students. And so when you look at the thoughts to the right, you'll see that these are the top thoughts that community members have rated as part of the Thought Exchange product. So staff retention, specifically with experienced teachers, is very important to our community. Maintaining quality personnel at the campus level. It's important to retain highly qualified teachers, and then teacher retention. So it's a common theme that we are seeing that our community really wants us to focus on teachers and staff retention at the campus level. We also monitor our administrative cost ratio. This year we are projecting that we will be below the TEA threshold. And so next year we are also projecting to be below that threshold. If you look at prior years, we were actually above that threshold. We wanted to make sure that we made a concerted effort to look at our administrative costs and begin bringing those costs down. And so our projections are showing that we are on target to be below the TA recommended amount. When you look at our general fund budget and looking at it as a $1 bill, this basically shows you a snapshot of where our funding goes. And so, as you know, we are the highest recapture paying district in the state of Texas. So 41% of our total budget goes to recapture. That's an estimated $660 million for next year. Of the remaining $834 million will be used on payroll. That's 52% of our budget. Contracted services, $67.8 million is what we originally budget. Supplies and material, $40 million, and other costs, $14.6 million. When you just look at the remaining dollar that we have to work with as a district, once you net out recapture, 87.2% of our budget is spent on payroll. And so it's very important for us to really continue to invest in our employees because that really looks to improving the retention that we have in our employees and making sure that we keep our valuable teachers in this district. Our fund balance is very important to us as a district as well. It ensures that we maintain financial stability over the course of not only next year, but the out years for this district. And so this snapshot shows basically where our fund balance has been. You'll see that in the turquoise colored bars. The gray colored bars that you see in this graph is what we had projected where we would end with our fund balance when we adopted our budget in June of 2023. And so we know that we actually did much better than what we had projected. And so you'll see that in the yellow colors. So we have adjusted the bars to reflect us really reducing our projected expenditures. This year, we are projected to end the year with a $31 million deficit versus a $52 million originally proposed deficit. So you'll see that change in our fund balance. And then for the 24-25 school year, you'll see that fund balance shows that we are assuming that we can achieve $30 million in budget cuts to maintain and propose a $30 million deficit to the district. And you see the results in the out years of what that would do to our fund balance. In 26-27, we would still be within our local fund balance policy of 20%, so that would put us at 21.9%. The 25-26 school year is going to be very key because that's another legislative year, and so we will be looking at that year very closely because there will be an opportunity for the legislature to actually look at increasing funding on a per student basis. But again, based on this past legislative cycle, that's still an unknown, and that's not a guarantee. So we will have to look at that very closely and assume that we are going to be funded as we currently are. The next slide shows our tax rate history. If you look at the 19-20 school year, that is when the state of Texas began to focus on property tax compression. So you'll see our tax rate beginning to be reduced beginning with the 19-20 school year. Every year after that, because our property value has continued to grow, and because of property tax compression, we have continued to reduce our overall total tax rate. For the 24-25 school year, we are projecting a total tax rate of 81.89 cents. And then this shows a picture of our property value. So one of the differences historically with property values this year is due to the property tax exemption. So when you look at the 19-20 through the 22-23 school years, those property values were based on a $40,000 homestead exemption. Beginning with this current school year, 23-24, the legislature did increase that homestead exemption to $100,000. And so when we originally adopted our budget, we were looking at that $207.6 billion total property value. Because of the $100,000 homestead exemption, that value dropped to $188.7 billion. So it kind of, it's a misnomer. It shows that our property values didn't grow as fast as what we were projecting, but it was because of that $100,000 homestead exemption. So I just wanted to make that clear. Next year is when it begins to normalize as far as year-to-year growth. And so we are projecting, again, a 10% increase in property values. We will receive our preliminary estimates from the appraisal district next week, and so we will be closely monitoring those figures. And so currently we are estimating $207.6 billion for next year. So from the $207.6 billion, this graph shows our total local tax collections and the split between what remains in Austin ISD and what we must send back to the state in the form of recapture. And so you'll see, starting with the 19-20 school year, the percent that we send back to the state was at 48.3%. It continues to increase year over year. And so when you look at the current 23-24 school year, that percentage actually dropped because of that $100,000 homestead exemption. So what we've seen historically when this happens is it slows down for 1 year, and then our recapture begins to increase year over year after that. So in looking at next school year, this year we're projecting $638 million in recapture. Next year, $659 million. Local tax collections that we will be able to maintain and keep in Austin ISD for next year, $753 million. And so that is the figure and the revenue that we are using to estimate the $30 million budget deficit if we can achieve $30 million in budget cuts. Then we've also talked about additional revenue options for the district. We have looked at a voter-approved tax ratification election, which is referred to as a VATER. And so when you look at a school district's tax rates, They're composed of three sections. The first section is called your Tier 1 section, which is your base tax rate. That's calculated actually by a formula based on total property values throughout the state. And so we don't calculate that tax rate. That tax rate is calculated for us by TA. And so we are estimating that tax rate next year to be 0.6169. To that calculation, you add our golden pennies. And the reason golden pennies are important to school districts is golden pennies are not subject to recapture. So the more the more golden pennies that you have and you are taxing your community, that the revenue generated from those golden pennies remain in Austin ISD, not subject to recapture. The maximum golden pennies that a school district is allowed to have is 8 cents. And so we are almost maximizing the total golden pennies. We're at 7.9 cents. And so again, that is not subject to recapture. Then you also have your copper pennies that a district has available to them. We have 9 copper pennies available to us. We currently are not accessing those 9 copper pennies. If we were to access an additional 9 pennies, which means we would have to tax an additional 9 pennies to our community, a portion of that revenue would be subject to recapture, but that would also generate an estimated $44.3 million for the district. And so that would estimate what we sent to the state of about $49.9 million in recapture. But if we were to look at accessing the 9 copper pennies, we would be looking at generating an additional $44 million above what we are currently projecting in revenue for next year. In order to access any copper pennies, we would have to have an election. That election would take place on November during the general election, and we would have to approve a tax rate in August and call for an election in August if we move in this direction. And then this basically shows our general tax collections versus recapture and compares the 2 scenarios. So if you look at the 2 24-25 scenarios, the first one on your left is what we currently are computing just with our golden pennies. The next scenario that shows the VATRE, the voter approved tax ratification election, if we were to move forward with that and the voters were to approve that, that's the additional revenue that we would generate. So our revenue would climb from 753 to 797 million that we would keep in Austin ISD, and that would allow us to have options with regards to what we can do with additional investments that we have in the district. And then with regards to if we decide to move forward with a VATRE, there are advantages and disadvantages. The advantages, of course, there would be additional funding for the district that stays in Austin ISD. The golden pennies, we would maximize the golden pennies. We would ask actually for that 0.001 cents that we are currently not accessing. And then it provides assistance for future years. And so that assistance would continue over the next several years, which would assist either with fund balance or with compensation in the future. The disadvantages with looking at the copper pennies, that would be a tax increase to our community. Possible funding would be reduced in the future, especially as our property values continue to grow. So as property values grow, we would receive, it would be a diminishing return for us with those golden pennies. So the highest that we would receive with these golden pennies would be next year at the 44 million. And then if our property values continue to grow, which they will, that estimate would be reduced year over year after that. The copper pennies are subject to recapture, so the total collections that we collect from these copper pennies, a portion would go back to the state. And again, recapture will continue to increase because of our property values increasing and because of a portion of the copper pennies being subject to recapture. So also contributing to increases in recapture would be loss of enrollment, and if we were to drop below the 92% of average daily attendance. So again, these are areas that we would continue to concentrate on, but I will open it up to any questions. I know that was quick, but we will have more opportunity at the learning session.
This was another great presentation. So thank you, Ed. Trustees, what questions do you all have? I would be curious, and I'll ask our board counsel if it would be appropriate for me to ask this. I would like to get a sense from the trustees if they would want to explore the cover, the pennies and election. And trustees, you don't have to answer, but I will give each trustee an opportunity to kind of share if it's something that they would want to see the district explore. So would you like to start?
I would like to say yes, and I've been interested in exploring this for a few years, so I really appreciate the detail here. I know we have Dr. Amanda Brownson here from TASBO, who is a real expert in this. If any of my colleagues have more specific questions, I do have, before we answer, have a couple of questions I would love to have answered about neighboring districts that have done this or other districts in Texas. It was not done for a long time and has been increasingly done, is my understanding. So I'd love to know a little bit about that. Then I have a second question.
So there was a time when it was not being done. Now we're seeing most of the districts in the Dallas and the Houston areas have accessed their copper pennies. Districts in the Central Texas area are now starting to access that. I know Pflugerville, they just had a VATRE last year. Round Rock had one as well. And so more and more school districts are starting to have these conversations, especially because of the lack of increase in the basic allotment this past legislative session.
Thank you for
that.
that.
I can actually create a list of the districts that have accessed those copper pennies for you.
Thank you. I would appreciate that, and if we could share that with our community as well, I think that would be extremely helpful. Thank you for that. And then I'd love to get into the weeds just a little bit about the last slide and talking about maximizing that value this year. And as recapture goes up, the revenue we collect will go down. As our property values go up, the amount we collect will also go up. Is that correct?
That's correct. The percentage of recapture that we send to the state would also go up. So the individual dollar amount may increase, but the percentage recapture would also increase for the district.
And so we can't predict without knowing exactly what the property increases will be. We could stick with that 44 million and yet gather more and pay more recapture. We don't know exactly what that would look like, correct?
We're in the process of estimating the out years based on the 10% property value growth. And so we're currently working on those numbers, and we'll have those by the next board meeting as well.
That would be excellent. Thank you. And then if recapture were reformed, adjusted, kind of recalibrated, it's a very, very old formula. Then what we give back out of those copper pennies would similarly be reevaluated.
That is correct. Okay. Last legislative session, I know the legislature was looking at increasing the amount of golden pennies. That was one option. That did not materialize, but they have looked at either increasing it an additional or 2 additional pennies.
Thank you for that. And then I have one more question. The 0.1 golden penny that was left on the table, I feel like it was, you can have those for $99.99. It seems like a very strange choice that was made when it was made. What is the value of that?
So that is about $2 million per year that we're leaving on the table.
Thank you.
All right. So
I will reiterate my yes.
Yes.
A strong yes from me.
Strong yes. Can I just go and just start with Trustee Whitley Chu, your thoughts on continuing exploration of the pennies?
Sure. I have had so many members of the community asking me about this, approaching me about this, and I would say since the time our neighboring communities decided to access their extra pennies, and do we have some? How can we do that? And we just have so much support in our community, and I think we have to do what they want and support their public schools. And I think we have a really good opportunity to do that here. So, and I'm really glad for you coming up with a concise way to explain this. Because, the penny slide was a good slide.
Thank you. Trustee Lugo?
Yes.
Trustee Zapata? I'm definitely in favor of exploring this further.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
Understand. So the basic allotment is the basic allotment is the basic allotment. formula based upon how many kids we have that we're serving,
That's correct.
with a potential supplement in certain cases. That is independent of the monies that we raise.
That's correct.
Can you explain to me why, since we're collecting all this money, almost 50% more than we are allowed to keep when we're giving this back to the state, can you explain to me why it wouldn't be fiscally prudent for our community to lower taxes, number one, and whether that's allowed?
So in the state funding formula, the state expects us to have a certain amount of tax collections. If we try to lower our tax rate below what those total collections should be, we actually would get punished, and we would actually send an additional amount in recapture payments. And so that is why the state actually calculates a minimum tax rate, and then we add the golden pennies above that, and then if we choose to access copper pennies, we can also access those.
I'm sorry, so to understand clearly, the money we receive is the money we receive based upon the number of students, as you said.
Right.
Supplement in some cases. And the state is saying, don't lower taxes or we will punish you. And we will punish you by making you give us more money.
Correct, depending on the amount of taxes that we lower, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm supposed to answer how I feel about. Feel like we live in the land of gangsters and we're trying to, do our best to work our way through it. So if it ends up being ironically, tragically, bizarrely, fiscally prudent to raise taxes to serve our students, in the context of living in a world of gangsters, I guess that's what we'd have to do.
Thank you. Trustee Hunter.
I just want to clarify something with you too, as I learn about the copper pennies and the golden pennies. And I know that some people in our last bond, people were just really supportive of our schools. But one thing that people didn't understand and that people kept saying to me is, now you can pay more, you can do more. And it's like, this just, the way the state has set it up, this can go into a building, right? This can go into a structure.
Correct.
And it can't go into people. And we know that our district can't run without people. What limitations are there on the copper penny when it comes to things like that?
So copper pennies are revenue that we receive on our operating budget. And so the only limitations we have are the limitations that we as a school district place on ourselves. But those are to be used for operating expenditures, which could be compensation, which could be student services. And so those we are able to maximize on the operating side.
So you use a lot of words. I like to keep it simple. So our bond last time into buildings.
Into buildings.
Bond this time, whatever we want.
Copper pennies.
Copper pennies. I'm sorry, I said bond.
It's
Yes,
not a bond,
thank
yeah.
you. The superintendent probably lost like 2 years off his life. Sorry about that. Sorry. So again, bond last time, buildings, copper penny into what we choose.
Correct.
Okay. My answer for that, again, I said this last week, people are going to feel some kind of way when we have to cut this number that we're going to talk about in our workshop. So my answer is yes, because we can't hold out for help. We have to help ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Trustee Kaufman.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez.
My answer would also be yes, but I do have a question. Does it cost us something to hold this ballot measure, to put it on the ballot in November?
It would cost us the election costs, and we are already planning to have an election. Well, we are planning to have election costs.
Trustees are being elected,
So it doesn't cost anything additionally?
So,
right.
Correct. It'll be absorbed by the election costs that are already being incurred by the board running.
Right.
So.
All right.
I have a request, if we're going to continue to explore this, that we explore what we would do with that $44 million with some real specificity. Would we use it to bring our ratio of counselors to the national recommendation? Would we use it to pay people more? Would we use it to reduce class sizes? What exactly would we do with that funding? Because I think asking in a vacuum is not fair to our community, and it needs to be in alignment with our budget and our values and what we're hearing and what we know our students need and what's going to help us get where we're trying to go.
Yeah, Trustee Boswell, I agree we need more detail. I do believe that given where we are in the budgeting process, we have some more work to do before we can provide clarity around that. And I also at the same time want to recognize that in the event that it's not successful, we also need to acknowledge that there are things we have to consider at that point as well. So, but yes, I agree with you, and we'll move towards that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos. Appreciate it.
And one quick, Chief Ramos, one thing I'd like to provide extreme clarity on is if the state legislature was to allow additional golden pennies, and we had not already approved them, we would still have to go vote to get those approved or not?
It would depend on the legislation. Sometimes the legislation is written where you're allowed one additional golden penny, and if you want two, then you would have to have a tax ratification election. If we were to go after the copper pennies and those were to be approved, then usually the coppers change to golden, if that were the case.
That's the point I wanted to make, which is how we ended up with a 0.1 remaining golden penny.
The mystery is solved. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate you. All right, so we are going to zip now to the preview for the voting meeting on April 25th. And under section 6, academics and curriculum, I know that there have been some questions around 6.3 in particular, the family resource centers. So I would love if someone from the administration could be prepared to provide a little bit more detail on that process.
Good evening, trustees. I'm happy to share a little bit more about the process that we use. So we did release a RFP underneath through policy CH, and as part of that, we write a scope, and that scope really dictates both what we expect an individual to respond back to, but also what we evaluate based off of. And so I know that some of the questions that we heard through the public comment included better understanding of what we consider financially, because we heard that some organizations are bringing in additional funding through various sources. And so we do ask the potential partners to provide for us a budget that they believe would be necessary, but we don't necessarily ask that they provide in-kind sources for that. So it's based off of, here's the money that we have available, how would you utilize that? We recognize that it is common for proposers to still say, well, we can bring in additional sources, and here's how we would build up our program. And I think that would really take me into the next part, is because when we think about what we asked, this RFP asked for the management of a family resource center that brings families from the community into the campus. And I'm sorry, I actually had it open, so I'm going to grab it real quick because I want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. Yeah, so it's the intent of the Family Resource Center is to work with school staff, city staff, and community business and organizations to leverage resources and services for families that will provide needed resources and support. The assistance provided to families will positively impact student attendance, health and emotional well-being, and readiness to learn. The Family Resource Center serves as an on-site support center portal for those services to families of students and will coordinate resources to better address their needs. So that's the main part that we asked them to respond back for a program. We recognize and we ask that any individual provide for us the strategies that they would utilize and the programs that they would utilize to meet that overall program intent. And so, they may say that here are other things that we do in the community, here are other things that we can do in the community, here are other resources that we can bring in, because that may be relevant to better understanding what is that overall program. But we typically, and we did not in here, say, well, how will you do this program X, unless that's what we're actually searching in an RFP for. So a lot of the responses that we see are the responses to give us better understanding of what is in that program. And so I also wanted to share, because I understand that there was a question on evaluation, and so I just wanted to give the makeup of the group who helped us in evaluating this. And I was not an evaluator for this program. Let me get to it real quick. I apologize. So we had 3 principals, all who currently worked with FRCs at their campus. We had our assistant director in health services, an administrative supervisor of social work, a director of mental health and crisis management, and one of our director of operations under student support services. And that was our evaluation committee.
All right, trustees, do you have any questions? Please do.
So thank you for that clarity. That helps in what we're looking at. Again, I didn't mark the caller, but the gentleman was concerned about I'm paraphrasing his thought, but it was like, please don't repurpose this, keep the FRCs.
Yeah, so the focus of what I explained, we would expect that any provider selected would continue to provide those services. Some of the strategies they use may be different, some of them may be the same. We would expect, again, anyone selected to be working with the campus and working with that community and working with the families of that community to figure out how to best support that community. So, I don't want to speculate on what could occur, but we certainly know that there is a process of both, here's what I propose I can do, coupled with, here's what I hear from the community now that I'm working here, and here's how I can best serve that community.
Thank you.
Any other trustees? So one question that came to my mind was, and I heard several of our callers kind of talking about the Promotores program. How will the district, would that work be lost, or is there? I know that there's been a lot of investment in some of the community organizing type work that's been done by one of the vendors, and would that continue in some fashion, or I don't know, what the vision? I know that's not necessarily a part of an FRC as described, but I just.
So it would be difficult for me to speculate. We recognize, again, that that's a strategy that's utilized as part of a FRC and as part of a community school program. And I know it also includes the block leader program. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that there's also a connection with Central Health on how we provide similar services or how organizations provide similar services for bringing the community into Central Health services. So I can't say that would be different. I could commit that we as a district, once we end a procurement and our CHE, which does require that when we are in a procurement, we not discuss that procurement with the organizations, that we could have conversations like that to better understand, how some of these programs that did exist, was that through funding that we're considering, was that through other funding, and is there capacity to still do items like that?
Okay, appreciate that. Yes, Trustee Boswell.
I have a couple of questions. One is related to President Singh's question. Is one of the applicants, one of the proposers, has a really long and strong history of, for lack of a better way to put it, making sure families are gathered to really speak their truth in our district. And I think about, for example, when 6th grade was was being taken away and convened a group of families to talk about it. And that, I think, is a function that is controversial sometimes, but I also think is extremely valuable and has a very long history. Is that something that we will continue to make room for? Or is that something a partner can do it in a way that the district can't? We can convene, but it's different to have a third party do that. And I'm wondering if room remains for that.
I certainly believe that room remains for that with multiple partners. I know, especially Superintendent Segura, we've talked a lot about transparency, about the hearing the information that may not be easy for us to hear, but listening to it and talking about it and making sure that we're participating in active listening through that process so we can think through, how do we best address this and how are we best communicating. This is just me speaking, but many times I find that we find ourselves in situations like that because our communication was not where we needed it to be from the start. And perhaps if it was, that conversation would have looked different when we got to that point. But that conversation really needed to occur, and the district did not make a space for it. And again, this is my feelings on it. And so then it makes it necessary for that to go happen. So overall, my hope would be that we're partnering with organizations to do those conversations up front. But certainly we want to make room for those conversations to occur even at the end. If I don't think this is going to occur under our superintendent, but even if we're at a space to where, there was more listening that needed to happen, there was more parents who needed to have their voice be heard, and that we needed to consider that there's those opportunities.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think just to add extreme clarity, it'd be my expectation that any partner that works with us in this capacity would have the room to advocate for their community, the community that they support. And certainly we've seen that occur in the past. And my hope is that, wherever we go as an organization, we create that opportunity as well moving forward.
Thank you for that. And then just a comment that echoes a lot of what we heard from our callers, that there's immense need that goes far, far beyond 5 schools, that goes far, far beyond what we've been able to offer, so far beyond. And at a time when we're talking about 30 million in cuts, at a time when we're talking about having to raise tax rates to meet some portion of our community's needs and our students' needs, really speaking about that the need is vast. We are so fortunate in the city to have strong partners, to have so many people showing up to do this really good work, and really just want to keep that in mind as we're looking ahead to if we get an increase in our basic allotment, if we choose to have a Copper Pennies election and end up with funding, to think about that need and really remember that, because I think, again, basic needs make our kids ready to learn, keep our families in school, support our families to be partners, and we can always do better. We heard tonight about some ways we can do better, so I really want to keep that top of mind. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Yes, Trustee Zapata.
Dr. Reach, as you were describing, reading the proposal, I was wondering if, I think that we have amazing partners, that there's a huge investment. And one thing I'd like us to suggest, and I don't know if you could still add it on there, but that anyone that's a partner, that, that can we say that we put literacy as a part of that partnership to help us with our student outcomes. We have so many partners, and our results, our reports have not been where we need them to be. And so is there a way to include in there that the commitment is also to include literacy to begin with, just literacy, and everything that we do in this particular one and all others, that to help us reach our student outcome goals.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Zapata. There is certainly room for us to consider these other student outcomes that we know are important and how they may be positively impacted by the investments that we make into community groups. So I certainly think that there's a lot of room to discuss that. I would also just throw in a quick plug here, because I know that this board especially has discussed for the last 2.5 years now about the need for robust research and robust evaluation at the district, and that we are working to create slightly different name, but research, insight, and analytic department. And I think Brandy may be, kicking at me if I say anything too soon, but I'm pretty sure the person accepted, so I'm allowed to share that, right? Yeah, we have hired a director for that department who has accepted. Their start date is not yet, but we're very excited to bring them on. And so also how we bring evaluation through programs like that so that we can align what these programs are doing with our families to how that is affecting student outcomes.
All right, anyone else? Okay, thank you, Dr. Reach. Was there anything else you wanted to add, Matthias?
No, I think Dr. Reach, as we move forward, depending on, how this ends up, I think the opportunity to negotiate would allow the opportunity for us to kind of reinforce, focus around literacy and anything else that the board may want to consider.
Great, thank you. Okay, so were there any other questions from trustees on anything on six?
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was just gonna ask, same thing or different thing?
Different thing.
Okay, I was gonna ask if we could have Chief Ramos come for 7.1.
Oh, okay, we'll do that. And then you had a question about section 6.
6.1, I have a quick question, which is I would just love to know what our community needs to know about this adoption, anything that's changing from what we've done in the past, and curriculum is obviously a really important part of what happens in our schools. One of the most important parts of what happens in our schools. So is there anything anyone needs to know about what we'll be approving for our community?
Dr. Diaz, Dr. Maxwell.
Thank you.
Can respond to that.
Can you clarify the question for me?
Yeah, we're approving science curriculum.
Yes, ma'am.
And also a new course, the economics and personal financial literacy that's different from what we've done in the past. And is there anything you think, any big changes, anything you think it's important that our community know?
Well, as far as the science adoption, which is a large part of what's being passed, really there are new TEKs in science being implemented next year. And so really the difference is that we were using STEM scope science. So they both actually use the 5E model for science instruction. There's some differences in some of the consumable materials. The teachers who looked at the materials really felt that these were wonderful for the classroom. They felt that they were very engaging. We're working on getting students engaged in science instruction as much as possible. So anything that the teachers felt was valuable and that really could engage students, we definitely wanted to support that. But as far as TEKS coverage and all of that, it's mostly, it's certainly the same as the resources that we've had before. I think there are just some nuances in a lot of the adoptions that came out that for this time that had to do with the new TEKS. So other than that, there hasn't been that much of a difference.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also have a question about 6.1.
Okay, go ahead.
So I pulled up the Texas Science. So I pulled up the McGraw-Hill and I found the Inspire Science first, and I was really excited about it because I saw it came with it came with packages of materials for hands-on. I wanted to know if if the curriculum we're investing in has hands-on science experiments and is giving us the materials, or how are we going to purchase the materials to make sure that hands-on science is happening equitably across the district?
I'm going to summon Danielle Perico and Jen Jones, who oversaw the adoption and would have better, I know the answer to that is yes, but they can speak to it in more detail.
There are hands-on activities that come with the adoption. We are not purchasing them because our district creates all of the kits that go out to K-5. We choose which labs that we want the teachers to do with students, and then we create those kits and we send those to the campuses. For middle school, we provide the resources that they need. Again, it's not as involved as the K-5 because middle schools have a budget for science, so they purchase a lot of their materials, but anything that is supplemental that they can't purchase, our department helps them purchase for middle school. I will say for the recommended physics adoption, when you look at the price, it is a little bit more expensive. That's because we have not provided physics updated materials for labs in a very long time. So when the teachers reviewed it, they did request that. So we are purchasing that for physics.
Can I ask about that as well? On 6.1, I also, the makeup of the committees, how representative were those of our specialized populations in programming?
Okay, I can speak for elementary. So we sent out a request to campuses, to leadership, to recommend teachers, and then an interest for them to come. We actually had several teachers come to our orientation meetings, but at the end of the day, the actual committee itself was made up of 12 members, which is not very much when you consider our population of teachers. So we did have representation from both dual language and our non-dual language teachers, as well as interventionist coaches. But we did ask them to go back to their campus and also get more feedback. But in addition to that, knowing that we weren't able to get the amount of people we would have liked, we sent a supplementary Google form to several teachers and got several hundred responses about what they were particularly looking for in a resource. And we used the state rubric and what our committee members used also to pull language from to make sure that we were feeling confident that we were providing something and moving it forward that was going to meet the needs of what all of the teachers in our district were looking for to serve our students.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, for middle school, we had 8 committee members. High school, we had 7. We did the same thing as Jen explained about sending out a survey after to get additional feedback. The campuses that were represented for middle school were Bedichek, Burnett, Small, and Lively on the committee. And then high school was Bowie, McCallum, and Austin.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll go with, I'm a social studies teacher, so I was around science when y'all got skipped that last time, and we got to go and you didn't get to go. So I get that. Done this bunches of times. Well, 3 times. I'm not that old. 3 times with picking social studies materials. One thing that sort of concerns me, especially this year, is when we purchase books that nobody ever touches. So have we kind of looked at, I don't know if that's an ed question or whomever, have we kind of looked and said, we estimate that since everybody's on blend in middle school, high school, we'll do X amount of books. Now, like the 3rd graders, they gotta have the big fat book with the drawing. I get that. But I don't know if we've considered that. I don't know. I'm just asking that question.
We have for high school, it's all digital, and then we estimated class sets so that teachers have something in the classroom if they want to actually pull out the textbook. Middle school, they did request print, but it's a consumable. So there are a lot of activities that they're writing in and completing. And then elementary, we did print and digital estimates.
And then the second thing really is sort of one person, one child anecdotal data. And plus my kid was in 6th grade at the height of the pandemic, like 2021. She's never done a lab. She went to a very affluent school. She went to a Title I school. She's never done a lab. She's having a great time this year in advanced biology, and I saw that silly paper last week. She took advanced chemistry. Can I help her? But I'm really concerned about all of our students sort of getting that. So when we're looking at materials and like you said, if they can't afford it, do schools know that you guys will help out? I probably, or whatever, just kind of concerned about everybody getting the same sort of base when it comes to those sorts of things. Because I'm telling you, she could do surgery right now with the class that she's in. And she was not really prepared, and we had to do a lot of sort of building up of that.
Something we did last year when we did the revision for the elementary curriculum, the K-5, we chose specific labs. And we've always sent materials to campuses, but sometimes it wasn't as clear at what labs we wanted them to do. So we were really specific in calling that out and making sure they know what they're receiving, when to use it. So when we do our rewrite for high school, we will do that same thing. We did that in middle school too, but we will absolutely make sure that it's really clear when we meet with all the teachers, send updates and let them know what we are recommending and what is provided to them.
Yeah, we appreciate the hard sciences. Thank you. Go ahead.
I was just going to add on to that and say we're also reviewing our professional learning plan for next year, and science is a core component of that. In elementary, almost every single teacher is a science teacher. supposed to be a science teacher according to the state of Texas and the TEKS that we need to have in our students' hands, but we know that we also haven't had the best professional learning around the resources for them, as well as continued professional learning throughout the year. So we plan to work out that alongside the study of the new TEKS, because we're going to be implementing something, and it's a different rewrite of the standards. So making sure that they'll feel confident in not only the resource, the hands-on with the labs, but also ongoing having support, not just at the beginning of the year and then we never talk about science again. I could go on and on about support we also need in making sure it's happening in the classrooms, but I know we have some great partnerships with schools office to really make sure we see some science happening also.
Well, I appreciate all the work y'all have done, and I love what I hear coming out of y'all's department about like how you're really working to get everybody rowing in the same direction. I really cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, any other questions on section 6?
One more.
Trustee Willie.
Yeah, so I appreciate the questions about the hands-on, and I didn't see hands-on in the rubric. And I don't, when we're looking at like print, e-text, interactive online, then do we know why that wasn't in there? Is that when this was created, or?
We'll pull it up over here because I want to make sure we're saying the right thing,
And
but I
again,
know we
'cause,
have a
maybe
part
I'm
about
wrong.
inquiry-based instruction, and so that we talked with our committee members about. But also, we really, really reinforced the idea that the state recommended amount of time spent hands-on. So in K1, that's 80% of instruction is supposed to be hands-on. In second and third, that's supposed to be 60% of the time. And in fourth and fifth, it's supposed to be 50. And then when they get to high school, 40. And so we talked constantly with our committee members. And then also in the feedback we sent out to the campuses, we asked about the importance of hands-on and having materials and it being a core component of the instruction. And the responses were very high for teachers wanting to make sure we were putting that in students' hands. Another thing about the McGraw-Hill resource that it offers, I'll speak to elementary, is it has STEAM stations. So not only do you necessarily have to be doing a lab every day, but students can also be exploring and using inquiry-based learning, but in a station rotation or in some sort of format like that, where we're bringing in even additional components of science. And so that's something else that the teachers really liked about the resource, is that they already had stations right there that they could have students engage with continued hands-on materials, not just in a formal lab setting.
Okay, that's great. And like the paper materials, I'm like, it's pretty. It looks like, a science magazine or, something a kid would like to read. So awesome. Thank you.
Nope. Okay, so we're done with 6. Oh, one more. Trustee Zapata.
I just want to be clear. Could you repeat the names of the schools that you said were part of this group that were looking at what to adopt?
Yes, so for middle school, the committee members, we had members from Bedichek, Burnett, Small, and Lively. And then for high school, we had committee members from Bowie, McCallum, and Austin.
And for elementary, we had Ortega, Sunset Valley, Menchaca, Pickle, Mills, Padron, Oak Hill, Baldwin, and Clayton. And then when we did the additional feedback, 44 campuses responded in elementary, which was a mix of dual language and non-dual language teachers. And then I'll let Danielle explain the other.
And for that feedback, we had 56 secondary campuses that replied that we received additional feedback from teachers.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
So not campuses, it was 56 responses.
56 responses, yes.
But no-
So we had 214 total responses, 56 from secondary, 158 from elementary.
Okay, well, that's, okay, so thank you for that clarification. Because I was just curious why it was not leveled on East Side representation on those committees.
I know
just
that,
heard
and that's why we
Ortega.
sent the additional feedback. So 44 campuses in elementary, which are very representative of all areas of our district, were on the additional responses. So out of the 158 elementary responses we got, they were from 44 different campuses.
Okay.
If that makes sense, I hope I'm explaining that
And I
correctly.
can add, out of the 56 secondary responses, 13 were from different middle schools, and high schools, we had 8 different high schools that responded to us.
Yeah, and trustee Spata, if you'd like, we can send you the names of those schools in a supplemental document, like, as part of board update.
Okay, no, it's been cleared up, thank you. I was just making sure that all the schools are gonna be able to participate, right? It's not just the committee people that were there. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to move on to section 7. Were there questions regarding the business and finance agenda items? Okay, trustee Hunter has a question on 7.1.
So Ed and Ally, will sure probably be able to cover this. Trustee Hunter?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for answering both rounds of my questions. And then my back of the napkin math, I was like, please let me get this right. I had to Google it. I'm really just want to clarify one thing as we've looked and I've had all my questions answered, which I don't think the second round is in the backup, but maybe in the backup for next time. Jacob?
The question that was answered today,
Yes.
I can add that.
Just so people can see what the questions were, and then Ed's gonna give us a really, gonna sum it all up for us now. One of my concerns was, you just sat here and told us, hey, we gotta cut. And I'm like, oh, we have to give more. And so, a term that that we already knew that we didn't really know. So when we look at this needed service, we're not asking for more in addition to.
Correct. So this adjustment is budget neutral. So we're basically moving funds from one contract to another. As far as the reason, Ms. Gillard, you could explain that.
Yes, so we actually have, the majority of our students who are deaf or hard of hearing are relying on services from Three Bridges. That is largely due to just the customer service, the support they've been able to provide, the communication with families. It's just been a really positive experience. And once we've established that relationship with an interpreter and a student, it's not something we want to change mid-year, right? So we want to continue those services. So that's why the increase of the contract with that vendor.
That answers my question again, and thank you for looking out for our kiddos, making sure that they're getting those services, and also that they be budget neutral. That's a win-win. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Did you have a question? Okay. All right. So let's move on to section 8 on facilities. Any questions there? All right. Question 9, talent strategy. Any questions there? Also called human resources. But now it's talent strategy, right? Ms. Hosick? Okay. All right, next we've got section 10, policy. Any questions on policy? Okay. 11 is other.
I have a quick question on
Yes.
other. Given that the Public Facility Corporation is just getting up and running and that we're about to have a new tool for talking about how we strategically use our properties, I'm wondering how my colleagues and how the administration would feel about just perhaps slowing this down a tiny bit and reconsidering a slightly different timeline until the PFC can get up and running and we can have just that as another resource about our goals for all of these properties.
Yeah, Trustee Boswell, the administration has no concerns around a slight delay. I think really an effort to understand if there's any missed opportunities or the opportunity to engage with board or the Facilities Corporation to understand what are the ultimate goals regarding how we repurpose our assets. So no, we welcome that opportunity, and certainly happy to be flexible and make an adjustment. No problem.
I agree with very slight. We're about to have a meeting where we're rolling ahead, and I think just to put all of those together would be valuable. Thank you. Unless other people have an objection, it may be just me.
Okay, so, oh, yes, go ahead. Sorry, there's 3 items. One is about a nursing program agreement, the interlocal with AISD and UT, and then the repurposing of former Rosedale. Yeah. Okay, so this ends our regular agenda preview. Tonight we have scheduled a workshop after all of this to go deeper into the budget. That's going to happen on the floor. So we're going to actually go into exec for about 15-20 minutes. And then we'll come out and do the workshop, rock that, and then we're gonna actually have more executive session. So the night is still young, guys. So thank you, everybody. We will now recess the open meeting at 10:15 p.m. and move to exec session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you all for joining us once again. We will now reconvene the open meeting at 10:57 p.m. Thank you all for your patience. So we will now go into our budget workshop. We have about 1 hour is what we're planning for this. So go ahead, just 1 hour, maybe more if Matthias asks for longer.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation around the budgeting process. I feel like I'm really loud right now. Does it feel loud to y'all? Little feedbacky.
Is one of the handhelds?
Do one of our fake trustees have a mic on? Okay.
Trustees in training.
Trustees in training.
I think it'd be all right. Yeah. So make sure it's clear for the community. What do you think? Better? It's a little better? That sounds better.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation regarding where we are in the budgeting process. As you know, this has been an ongoing conversation, collaborative process with our community and with the board. Here today, the objective is to get specific feedback from the board. You know, we've been talking about getting to a milestone of being able to present to you kind of a recommended path forward, and we've identified some goals to get there. So before we get going, we have Ed Ramos, our Chief Financial Officer, here to assist with the conversation. He'll be able to answer any questions. We have Dr. Amanda Brownson, who can answer any questions regarding perhaps tax rate elections or copper pennies. And so my hope is that we get specific feedback that helps inform our process as we move forward. So we're going to hop right into it. I know it's late, but I appreciate y'all's patience and look forward to the conversation. So one of the things that I often do is when we talk about budgeting process is like, how do we get here, right? There's a lot of things that apply pressures to our operating system. And one of the things that I often talk about is that last year we started with a $52 million budget deficit. And at the time, you know, we made that decision believing in a couple things. One, believing that we needed to compensate our educators, believing that we needed to make some adjustments in staffing to address some of the priority areas, including special education, but also maybe hoping that the state legislature would increase the basic student allotment. And so at that time, we did move forward with a $64.5 million compensation package. If you think about, you know, the overall process and how we generate revenue, it's directly tied to students, enrollment, and average daily attendance. And over the course of the last year, we've maintained a relatively flat projection. But as you know, for years past, it has been declining. The other thing to note is that last year, or this year, we did pay a $940 million recapture payment. And as I mentioned just moments ago, the state legislature did not increase the basic student allotment, even though the cost of education has continued to increase. And so back when we started these conversations with the board several months ago, we talked about a couple goals, right? The first was that we wanted to minimize impact to the campuses, right? We had to figure out a way to address the $30 million deficit that is tied to reoccurring costs, but also be able to offset costs that have been incurred due to increasing costs of fixed costs, so $30 million. We also wanted to maintain a strong fund balance, and per board policy, that's 20%. And we've gone to the board a couple different times. We've gone to our community, and we've had conversations around the fact that as part of this process, we really wanted to meet a $30 million reduction. And in doing so, we would still retain the $30 million deficit, but we could plan that. We could work through that and would set us up, we think, well moving forward. And so on slide 4, You've seen this slide before, but I think it's important to talk about it. What this represents here is our unassigned fund balance going back to the 2017-2018 fiscal year. The one thing I want to point out is as you move from left to right, these bars in green represent, or teal, represent actuals. As you move to 22-23 all the way to 26-27, those are forecasted. What you see in gray, like the bars that are in gray from 22-23 through 26-27, the reason those are important is because a year ago, almost to the week, when we were talking about fund balance, that was our projected fund balance. Meaning that if you isolate fiscal year 22-23, a year ago, we thought that we would have a fund balance of 196 million. Based on the available cash at the end of the year, it ended up being 288 million. If you think about where we were last year regarding, for instance, 24-25, we thought we'd have a $153 million fund balance. Based on our projections now, it's closer to 228 million. And so I think the main point here is that, due to how we managed cash at the end of the 21-22 and 22-23 fiscal year, we were able to increase the fund balance, which I think puts us in a stronger position than we would have otherwise thought we'd be in, given the commitments we made last year, or this last year, but for this current fiscal year that we're in. And so the last thing I'll point out is that trend line that you see, another trend line, the reduction in fund balance going from 22-23 all the way to 26-27, that is based on our existing budget deficit, right? Acknowledging that, if you have a deficit and it continues to carry year over year, the only cash available to draw from is going to be your fund balance, unless we have an offsetting revenue increase. So Ed has presented this slide 5, a couple times. The main thing that I'd like to point out here is that some things have changed, right? We were intentional in the previous presentation to communicate, that there were different variables prior to the 23-24 fiscal year. So if you look at this 2019 to 2020 all the way to 23-24, you can see how the recapture amount increases over time. And then you can see in 23-24 and 24-25 how that's been adjusted. Ed just, over an hour and a half ago gave a presentation as to how the last legislative session and those changes and how those incorporate into our overall estimates and forecasts. So every time we think about this, I always think about, you can compare everything from 1920 to 23-24 pretty closely as like things that were known, the assumptions we used in our analysis. 23-24 and 24-25 and onward will have a different set of assumptions. So you'll see different adjustments. So we always want to kind of put a little line in the sand between those two fiscal years. So this slide, slide 6, Ed has previously presented. The one thing I do want to point out is we were intentional about calling out potential cost savings and cuts. We've been talking about $30 million, and it's been included in his previous presentations. But I also want to be very, very intentional and include a compensation and additional staff line, right? In the past, we would include it if we were prepared to do that. At this point, given this conversation, what we're talking about is just the $30 million reduction, all right, and cost cuts, I should say. So I just want to be very, very clear as we move through the conversation that this analysis, the analysis Ed provided previously, and the conversations we have for the rest of the evening do not contemplate any additional compensation or additional staffing, because the goal initially was to get to $30 million in cuts. At some point in the future, if additional funds are identified or additional cuts can be made, then we can begin to explore those opportunities. And so I do want to be very, very clear when we talk about campus and non-campus based expenses. And, as a commitment from this administration from the very, very beginning to limit impacts to the classroom. We said that, we'll continue to say that, we'll continue to be committed to that. But it often gets lost when you talk about numbers. And so what this slide shows is a breakdown of our total operating budget, which is $956 million. And what it kind of breaks out into is the campus-based budget and the non-campus-based budget. And so we're being very, very intentional about saying non-campus-based budget, because a non-campus-based budget includes central office, it'll include the service center, it'll include transportation, and it'll include the warehouse. So it's all those other things that are outside of the campus itself. $581 million are the line items and the costs tied directly to a campus. And so, when we talk about reducing the budget and taking a $30 million cut, and the fact that we're going to be intentional in staying away from the classroom, what it means is that we're finding $30 million in a pot that is $375 million, right? It's a little bit less than 10%. So a lot of folks will say, or I'll hear, Matthias, you're taking $30 million out of a $950 million budget. That should be very manageable. But our commitment to stay away from the classroom means that the bin or the bucket or the pie that we're taking from is actually much smaller, which means that it's going to feel much bigger, much larger. Okay, so make sure that's clear. So you've heard me talk about this before. We as a leadership team have spent a tremendous amount of time. I do want to compliment the team for being very intentional. In the past, I think that we've adopted strategies that look to do general reductions across kind of large groups of expenditures, whether it's departmental level or position type. This time around, we really, really wanted to get into the details so that we understood how every cost reduction or every cut could potentially impact our ability to support our students and staff, but equally importantly, does it impact the actual classroom? So we looked at contracts, looked at purpose, looked at impact to student outcomes. We looked at software. That's been an ongoing conversation with the board for quite some time. So we'll talk about that. And we also looked at staffing and other efficiencies within AISD, but again, focusing primarily and almost exclusively on non-campus-based expenses. The other thing I'll point out is we've had a series of community engagements where we engage and educate our community about this process. I will say we do get feedback, and we've worked with our DAC and we've worked with our principals. We haven't yet gotten to the point where we've taken to them potential cuts. The hope is that after we get past this conversation and get feedback from the board, we can take maybe revised opportunities or revised potential cuts back out to community. And that's intentional because we recognize that every single cut is going to have an impact, and we want to be all on the same page. That includes the administration and the board. So just wanted to make that point. And so, I think it's critically important that we have a conversation as to how difficult this is. I recognize a lot of school districts in Central Texas as well as elsewhere in the state and really the country are going through a similar process. And I desperately try to reinforce with the team that every decision we make is going to impact someone's life, right? It just is. Whether it's, losing a particular software, right? If you're used to using something for the last 20 years and all of a sudden that changes, you're going to feel some way about it. If you are part of a restructuring within an organization and all of a sudden roles and responsibilities are redelegated, it's going to impact you. If you are part of a cut, that is a life-changing impact. And so the reason that we're having to go through all of this really is to protect that, right? Protect how we serve our students. And so, yes, these conversations are very difficult. There's a lot of, I don't want to say, there's a lot of intentionality with everything that we do, and it's not lost on us that, a summation here, an adjustment here, all of these things do impact people's lives, but at the end of the day, it's all in service to our students here at Austin ISD and the staff that support them. And so as we go through this conversation, I don't want to get lost on our board, and I don't think it ever has been, I don't think it ever will be, but I certainly want our community to know that this is what it's about, and this is why we have to go through this process. And unfortunately, we are put in this position, and we have to make these decisions. I wish it was not the case, but here we are. So just in a bullet form, wanted to communicate some of the actions that the team has taken to date that built up some of the recommendations. Reduction or reducing the reliance on part-time hourly expenses. There are a lot of resources and staff within AISD that are kind of in this function type. And so trying to reduce our reliance on that, reduce our reliance on contracts. Now, sometimes softwares or platforms as we know them actually find themselves in contract form. So sometimes it gets confusing when you talk about softwares and contracts, but generally speaking, reducing our contracts by 5%, and we'll talk more about that. We have to reduce travel. We're at a point now where these things that sometimes don't feel like large expenses, when multiplied by thousands and thousands of people, ends up becoming quite a considerable line item and amount. So we are going to be looking at significantly reducing travel, and we're going to be asking the board to do the same. I think it's one of those things where if we're in collaboration, I know that we are, we need to be totally aligned. Overtime is an area of opportunity, we believe. The last couple of years, as you know, we've had a tremendous amount of vacancies. Well, what happens when you have vacancies? Well, typically what happens are those that are left have to take on the work, and if they're classified, they end up having to work over 40 hours. Or we have large initiatives like ERP, that huge turnover system we did last year. There was a tremendous amount of resources and folks that were deployed, and overtime, had to be expended. And so we feel now as an organization, we're prepared to reduce that line item by 30%. You've already heard me talk about software, so I won't spend too much time talking about that. But I do want to also recognize that this does include downsizing of some non-campus-based departments. And we'll talk about that here in a moment. And so as this breaks down, there were, and just before we get into it, I do want to say that what would happen as a team is we would do kind of passes. We would do one focus area in contracts, one focus area in overtime or other direct expenses, and then one focus area on support systems, software, hardware. And so it was an iterative process. Each, I would say, pass took hours and hours of time and tons of deliberation. We did keep it close and pretty tight in the honestly, because any information out, if not done in the right time or right sequence, could create panic within the organization. We wanted to not do that until we were at a point where we're comfortable that might be the direction we go in. So preliminary summary, again, this isn't everything, but operational adjustments, definition. I'm going to read these out because I think it's important that our community hear this. Identify areas of potential cost savings may include programs, systems, hardware, practices, $12.353 million. Overtime controls, you heard me just talk about that, $1.4 million. Contract elimination. Are there contracts, and we heard some of that today around special education and others that we have that have been leveraged in years past, and those contracts kind of set a PO and set a commitment, though we may not exercise that full contract value. So we believe there's opportunity to reduce that down, especially as we become a more healthy version of ourselves, given how we're staffed and how we come out of some of these critical initiatives. Contract reductions, this is kind of rescoping, acknowledging that there are burn rates to contracts, but when you look at where we are month over month, year over year, or say month over month, quarter by quarter, you begin to understand that though you have contract budget limits and PO limits, we're not obligated to spend, in many cases, up to that limit. Many of them are issued on an hourly basis or task order basis, and so given where we are, we feel confident we can reduce that as well. And then on the bottom, you can see here, again, kind of the last pass at trying to get to this $30 million number was reducing vacancies at central office, and then also downsizing certain departments to the total value of $3 million. And so district-wide adjustments, you heard me talk about limiting impacts to campuses. The two that I want to point out here is data governance, formal data practices to improve and optimize outcomes, platform consolidations. There's a couple here that I think are worth calling out. For a long time, we've talked about, Outlook and we talk about G Suite, and I'm going to be totally honest, there are dollars to be saved if we go to a different platform, and exploring that, will have a significant cost savings, but is going to be a change in how we do business. Not maybe unfamiliar for lots of folks, but still it'll be a change. There are also different hardwares that we use, right? Right now, we have a combination of PCs and Macs within AISD, and those require different levels of support, and there's a certain amount of redundancy that occurs and staff that is needed to support those. And so by eliminating, Macs, or the use of Macs by staff, unless they are tied to a CTE program or a finance program or need them specifically for the curriculum, like that's something we should look at, because for us, it's an expense to maintain all of those and support them. And then you heard me just recently talk about travel expenses, and we kind of bundled those with supplies, materials, software licensing, and I'll call one out here, Smart Sheets. It's a tool that we've used for quite some time. When you look at the usage of the license versus the number of licenses we pay for, we feel there's an opportunity to reduce there as well. So we're really kind of getting into the weeds as we explore different opportunities to reduce costs. This slide here, slide 13, details the reduction in overtime. This year, I'm really proud of the fact that we've been able to manage our expenses, I think, better. One of the things that we do every month is Ed provides a budget breakdown to myself and to the senior leadership team, and we look at, how much is each division spending relative to the budget, to their allocated budget at the beginning of the fiscal year. And what we're seeing is that if we're monitoring and asking questions, and we're being really intentional about when to release these funds, overall there's a net reduction. And so what you see here are the budgeted items for overtime. Teaching, leading, and learning, most of them are non-classified. Technology has a little bit of amount, government relations. You do see here operations being the largest. And if you think about that, that makes sense, right? So you see bus drivers, service center, folks within the warehouse, the vast majority are classified. And then when you have things occur, like what occurred at TA Brown a couple of weeks ago, and everybody's deployed at 2 a.m, that's where those expenses are coming from. So we're never going to be put in a position where we can't pay for overtime, but given where we are as a system, we do feel like we can drive that number down. Elimination and reduction of contracts. So this is a big number, y'all. And we've talked about this, and we do have a document that we're going to hand out here, and then we'll provide electronically. But in the 23-24, it's PO total, or purchase order total, we had $124 million. Right, and these are all 199 contracts. So the reason it's important I say 199 is because we have lots of contracts that are tied to bond. They're not in here, right? It's a different revenue stream, a different funding source, I should say. And so those are not included in here. These are all ones that we carry across all of our divisions. One of the things that we were wanting to do is let's look at what did we spend in previous years? How are we spending this year? Does the same need exist? Because if you see PO, the PO is set because of the way the contract is written. And typically when a contract's written, the PO comes in right after it and sets a limit. Because that limit is set, then that gets reflected in the budget. And so what we're seeing is the burn down isn't necessarily what's reflected in the PO. So we have a real opportunity to reduce that, especially given what we've seen burn month to month during this fiscal year. So the reason that we're kind of shelving it as a larger reduction is because there are so many contracts that we're going to have to be hyper intentional and identify, some of these may be 15, 20%, some of them may be 2 or 3%, but we do feel very confident that we can extract $14 million in value out of these contracts. I'm a little hesitant to go north of that until we really get into the kind of contract review process, contract by contract. And again, this is a huge effort, but we do feel confident we can extract that value in this coming fiscal year. And Kenneth is ready to do that work with me. Where's he still here? Oh, there he is. Yeah. So, and before I go on too much further, I do want to point out that the way this goes is the team really deliberates, develops recommendations, tests, goes back and forth. And then if there's an impasse or if there's feedback or if they need a collaborative partner, that I come in. or if there's perhaps a goal in a certain area that hasn't been met, and then I'll kind of dive deep into the weeds with them. But given how time consuming this is, I'm just not able to be I mean, by design, it's them with me kind of in that relationship. Staffing, savings, and efficiencies. So there are many vacancies within AISD. I think one of the things that we need to talk about is there are vacancies, but we're also hiring, right? One of the things that could be misleading is you could look at the police department and say, hey, there's lots of vacancies here. We should go after that. Well, HB3, is something we've committed to being in compliance with, and that requires a buildup. And so we allocate the budget, we go through the process, and then over time, as the cadets become available and we provide the training, then these positions get filled. And so we never want to, look at a vacancy and say, oh, let's sweep it. It really needs to be aligned to our plans, aligned to our values, and whatever we do can't impact our future operating ability. I think one of the things that I do want to point out is we are looking at redistribution of some tasks at central office. We are more than happy to provide additional detail, in exec session or under separate cover, kind of what the breakdown is department by department. We do have that, but I don't have it by position. I think at this point, we're not ready to go there. It is important that we, acknowledge this is still a draft document. There'll still be refinement. And when we're ready to move forward, we'll move forward. I do want to point out that for timing purposes and sequence purposes and really honoring those who work in AISD, we kind of have to manage this timeline of notification so that we give that individual, if there is an individual in that position, the best opportunity to stay within AISD or to transition in the most respectful way possible. And you've heard me say it, me in this role, one of the things I'm committed to doing is using the authority that the superintendent has to develop a process that doesn't waste tremendous amounts of time. In the past, when we've gone through things like this, what ends up happening is we make a commitment to our staff that, we're gonna, you're a great asset to ISD, and there's vacancies here, and we're gonna make this work. But what ends up happening is the process itself of interviewing, submitting the job description, having the supervisor who hasn't been hired yet, be given the authority to be hired and then not be hired, but given the authority to do the interviews, like that all ends up stacking up and creating like months and months of time. And in that time, what happens? The staff member who's been with us, who could have very well fit elsewhere, goes. And so we're really, really looking to adopt a strategy that mitigates that, because we've seen that happen. We saw it happen 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, and we do not want that to happen again. So this is what the breakdown looks like by org. You will see, or you will not see on here, our campus-based staff. I mean, that's a big, just numbers in general. So it's not on here because it's not part of the effort overall. You can see the breakdown. I do want to point out, it's not reflected in here, but each division has a different number of positions. And so, you may look at legal, 0 total positions, but it's a very, very small department, and so I think it's important. I think when we get into exec session at a later time, we can talk about those breakdowns. But I contemplated, should we show a different breakdown? Should we not? The concern for me is that given the size of some of these departments and acknowledging the funding source of how folks are staffed, folks could easily kind of figure out, what direction we're going, and we're not prepared to have that conversation until we have this conversation with the board. So in total, it's 42 positions, a combination of vacant positions and positions that do have staff in them. For a total cost reduction of $3.78 million. And as you can see, these are all within central office. So this is the way it breaks down, right? If you were to think about it as in terms of a balance sheet. Operational adjustments, so you heard me talk about some of those, $10.24 million. Overtime controls, 2.345. Again, still giving us plenty of funds available in case an emergency arises. Contract eliminations, we'll talk about those, but that's $434,000. Contract reductions, that's the big number, right? Reducing that down, given what we know to be true. And again, I'll show you all a spreadsheet, and you see that every single contract has notes, it has a description, it has a purpose, and also an opportunity as to what we think is possible. Vacant central office positions, and then the downsizing of central office staff to the total of $30.36 million. And so I do want to take a moment and recognize that there were some things late last week and early this week that we were exploring. It was really, really hard to get to 30 million, which was our goal, right? That was the first goal that we set for ourselves. We weren't necessarily confident we could get there a week and a half ago or so, and we were exploring, different ideas that were going to infringe on campus operations and campus staff. So I'm grateful that we're able to get to this. I think as we move forward, and this is where feedback from the trustees would be really, really great. What other areas would you like us to explore? And given where we are, just acknowledging that, if we go down that path, protecting that line is going to get harder and harder and harder, if not impossible. And I also want to acknowledge that the individuals in the positions at central office, though they're at central office, they do have an impact in some way to the classroom. They just do, right? We saw that last time around 3 years ago. Position may have been eliminated, and the conversation around what was this person's role and responsibility? Was it to produce a report? Was it to, those sorts of things have been thought through. We have plans for them, but this does limit, in my belief, impact to the classroom. So, this is just a graphic of what this looks like building up. The goal was initially $30 million, given what we've set out to do. And so as we move forward, getting feedback from the trustees about, where y'all are with the current list of identified cost reduction opportunities and what areas we might want to explore moving forward. And so we do have a spreadsheet that has all of these broken down. So you heard me talk about operational efficiencies. You just heard me reference the combination of Macs versus PCs. So what we're going to do as an exercise is first we're going to show you what we're going to do is send you a table that has the detail in it, so it's not bundled. And then what I would appreciate from you all is feedback by Tuesday close of business as to whether you believe this is an acceptable cost reduction strategy the administration should continue to explore. Because if there's something on here that there isn't consensus from the board that should be explored, then our $30 million target is now $30 million less that item, right? And so I think it's important that we have that conversation. And so Heather will be sending that out to y'all. It'll be a forced copy, so y'all can't see each other's by design. There are other things that can be explored. Academic programs is something that we can explore. It's more involved. It requires more of a runway and lead time because we had many of them. Transportation costs. This is something that I think is worth a discussion. There are many decisions that have been made, some by policy, some not by policy, that were done in a way to provide access to those that maybe don't have access to certain programs in AISD, and those are expenses, and they're not insignificant. And so I think that's an area we want to explore. I'd like to get direction from the trustees to explore it. Campus staffing changes, it's something that we want to stay away from. But if the board feels strongly that getting to $45, $50, $60 million is the goal before we pursue perhaps a Vader, then I don't know how we do that without really beginning to encroach on campus-based operations. And then lastly, and thank you, President Singh, I think we got this feedback from the board on the dais regarding the exploration of Vader. So with that, I think for us, given where we are, our goal was to minimize impact to the campuses. I think the $30 million we've identified does limit that. I think there were some things on the table late that maybe didn't do that as well, but fortunately we were able to get there. We have been able to do this while maintaining the fund balance and the 20% policy commitment. We had that kind of conversation a couple of weeks ago, but we're in a good place now and feel confident that we can do this without having to impact that. And then lastly, that this $30 million reduction in cut allows us to maintain the $30 million deficit. It's unfortunate they're the same number because I think sometimes it gets confused. But this is really to address the increase in fixed costs that we've incurred, right? And given our budget, think about 2.5%, 3.25%. Given this scale of our organization, that's about where we need to be. So with that, I want to open it up to the board. I think we can bring up the presentation, and the team who you all switched places with is certainly available to answer any questions that you may have if there's anything specific. But again, you will receive that level of detail in the tool. And then we're also, for those that really want to kind of get into it, you'll see the list of contracts and kind of the notes that have been populated along the way. It is a dense table. I would ask that you don't share it, and we'll also be providing that electronically. But with that, I'll open it up. And then unless, Ed, you have any questions or any comments you'd like to add before if you're not, then we're good.
No, I just want to really show appreciation for the team sitting back there because there were long hours of conversations, of friendly debate, but we knew that ultimately we had to get to the $30 million. Superintendent came in and kind of assisted us with that and made sure that we stayed to that goal. So there were some tough conversations, as Superintendent Seguda was saying. It wasn't an easy feat. But these are the recommendations that we have come forward with. And again, the goal was to try to impact campuses as least as possible.
All right. So, President Singh, how would you like to?
I think y'all can just unmute yourselves if you have questions. I don't need to call on people since we're in this more casual atmosphere. So I would just say ask your questions.
How long do we have for this conversation?
24 minutes.
Okay.
Yep. We can go a little over, but we still have another discussion after this in exec, so, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you again for laying out the framework and for the work of getting some preliminary numbers. I'm curious, just some of the items like unfilled positions and being more accurate with the contracts, some of those, it seems like those are savings that we realize every year, right? Because at the end of the year, we didn't spend the whole contract, so then we have $13.9 million left that we didn't spend. Or at the end of the year, we didn't fill this vacancy, so then that money's left over. And sometimes that has been the good news, like where the deficit, the deficit wasn't as big as we thought it was going to be because those monies came back in. Is that an accurate understanding of kind of where some of those savings are being realized?
So not necessarily. I'm going to go. Can I bring up this slide? Yeah. So the thing that I would point out here is that we right now are currently accounting for $20 million in vacancy savings, and that's pretty typical. That in our budgeting process we account for some savings because we're never fully staffed. July 1 of the fiscal year. So the savings that we're talking about regarding vacancies, we're actually eliminating the position. It's vacant though. And so that would be a cost reduction to the budget. Like we'd be able to reduce the budget by that amount. Regarding the contracts, that's actually a really, really good point. And that's the difference between an incurred cost versus a budgeted line item. Because by contract, and this is actually a good control that we have in the system, you should never be able to bill a budget item that doesn't have a contract or a PO. And so what happens is you have all these contracts and they come to the board. And again, these are contracts that are for really, really big amounts in some cases, and they've been in previous years. And so it'll come to the board and says not to exceed, $2 million. Well, so it goes into the budgeting system as a $2 million line item. But you're right, over the course of a year or two, you can begin to monitor, okay, how much are we actually spending? Now, we don't always go back and amend that budget or reduce the PO or modify the contract. In construction management, we end up sweeping the dollars, because that goes to bond dollars and it helps us to build more schools. But in this instance, because it's a budgeting exercise, what we're doing now is saying, okay, this contract we know we can back off because of X, Y, or Z. Now we need to go in and actually make the adjustment, and that may require an amendment to the contract. It may require a notification to the vendor. It may require, us working with the department to say, okay, these services that you were going to pursue, you're going to de-scope those, so that they're different in that way. Because so it's kind of like proactive, because the other way you never get it in your budget to the way in, and it's not real dollars. It's just cost savings.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate also very much the kind of effort to engage people in this process and to not just have blanket cuts, but to really think about where the cuts are going to be less damaging or impact people the least. I'm curious though, in that, like, whether is equity by design an appropriate process for this exercise, and is it being used? Like, where does kind of the stand on in terms of what's the framework for addressing these issues in a way of saying, like, how can we make sure that these don't impact our underserved communities disproportionately, or vice versa?
Yeah, so equity by design is a very specific process. For large comprehensive processes where you engage, you identify the underserved communities, you bring them into the process, and you go through a process, and not even till the way in do you actually make any recommendations. I think that process is not necessarily tailored for this. I think an equitable process and equity-based tools are, however, an appropriate kind of application. And so I can tell you that the team has had those conversations internally. I guess I would offer to the team, if anybody would like to speak to it, being in the work. It is something that we've talked about quite a bit. I guess, I don't know if Dr. Holly, you'd like to say. Dr. Holly she's been with us. So I will tell you those conversations are happening. But I don't want to say that the equity by design process would have been an appropriate process to apply here. But Dr. Holly?
Yeah, I would agree with the superintendent. Equity by design wouldn't be a good approach for what we did, but we did ask ourselves questions. And so in order to get to the equity piece, we talked about what the impact is on students and staff. And we have a set of questions that we also, our team looked at, and then our chiefs also looked at as well. Just thinking about what the impacts are.
And then the last one, I try not to use our entire 25 minutes, but appreciating that we're not looking at blanket cuts, but when I see some things like reducing the use of temp hourly or cutting overtime costs, I just think of how different that plays out in different departments, in the sense that there are, like, you acknowledge some of the reasons why the overtime is necessary. Sometimes it's because there's 2 people to do the work of 5 people, and they're trying to get it done. So I just want to ask whether that kind of differentiation is part of that conversation too, or would it be similar to what we had 4 years ago, which was, you cannot do temp hourly anymore and have to cut all those positions, even though they were, they may be vital to the work of the team.
Yeah, well, I think Trustee Kaufman, so the 2 questions there, the first is the overtime question, the second is the temp hourly question. So the overtime question, so based on the departments, we looked at, previous years spent, and we've had some pretty disruptive years the last couple years. And so even with the reduction, I feel confident we'll be able to cover and not necessarily limit. I never want anybody to feel like they can't do something that supports students and our staff in a critical moment because they don't have the ability to access dollars. That'll never be the case. And so I think for overtime, we're good there. I don't, I think for us, before we went to $20 an hour, we had huge gaps in positions where there was grounds crews, building operators. And so you think back 2 years before we went to $20 an hour, all those people were working on the weekends and accumulating huge costs when it comes to overtime. And so that's what kind of built up the overtime budget. We have since maybe not reduced it in the way that we should have to reflect the buildup of staff. And so that's kind of that trade-off. So I would say I feel very confident with the overtime, because even in operations, you're still going to have, plenty of funds there, and it would exceed what you're actually spending this year. So I feel pretty confident about that. Technology, look at 24, 25, 3,000 has been reduced. Last year in the ERP system, we had folks working here, through July 4th break. We had folks working here on the weekends, late in the evenings, and so overtime was used to carry that effort. That effort is no longer kind of what it was last year. So we did go through each of these in that way. As far as part-time hourly, that was really a discussion between those that lead those divisions, asking themselves, is this a position that needs to be maintained to support the department, or is it something that can be transitioned? So I didn't make the determination that it was like across the board. It was really done kind of group by group. It just, I think, ended up, given we don't have that many, but yeah, that's how that was done.
I have a clarifying question because, so the deficit is 60 million, correct?
Last year was 52.
52. And so to cut by 30 so we can carry 30.
Correct.
Okay, that was one clarifying question. And then what's your last name, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Brownson.
Brownson?
Brownson, like the color brown and then sun.
Brownson.
Yep.
Dr. Brownson, are there prerequisites to a Vader? Like, are there things that we have to, kind of like when you go to the bank, right? You got to get your credit score.
Yes.
Right? So is there like something that
it's a good question, and
Yeah.
yes, the answer is yes. There is the first thing you need to get going on is there's a statutory requirement for an efficiency study. I think that Ed has researched this and has already some thoughts underway.
We'll be bringing a resolution to the board to approve a vendor in May or June latest.
And then the other thing is just that it'll shift the timelines around tax rate adoption. So the election has to be on the November ballot. And so that's going to back up when you have to, because you can't call the election until after you've adopted the tax rate. And so that'll back up when you need to adopt the tax rate. I think you have until August 19th, if I recall correctly, to call the election. So you'll need to adopt your tax rate before that. So that's probably a little earlier than you're used to doing it. And then, aside from that, it's really preparing your community around the messaging so that they understand what they're going to see on the ballot. They understand what that means. They understand, I think, to someone's point earlier, what you're going to do with the resources, those kinds of things.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I have a question. Oh, go ahead, you go.
Want to just share appreciation for a couple of things. First, framing this as about people. Thank you for and thank all of you too for approaching it that way. I know each of you, and I know you mean it. So thank you for that. I think it's always important to talk about our students and our staff with that and the impact it has. And I'm sad that we're in this position. I'm angry that we're in this position, and it's a fact that we're in this position, and just appreciate the humanity that's going into it. So thank you for that. Really want to thank you for this level of detail and thoughtfulness. Our community deserves this. We need this, administration and board, to get to the decision we need to make. And our budget calendar in line 23 says present itemized proposed budget expenditure reductions in December. It's not January, it's not February, it's not March, it's April. We have to approve our budget in June. This is late in the game, and next year I hope we can do it sooner, because that time, it's that way to give our community that thoughtful time. And this is not the end, this is the beginning. And if we're going to talk about raises, if we're going to talk about more cuts, if we're going to talk about, do we go to something that hits a campus? Do we talk about adjusting our fund balance? You haven't given us a lot of time to do that. And we as a community, an organization, a board, and an administration deserve that time. We need that time. So just want to share that for next year. And then I have a question for Dr. Brownson about fund balances. The recommendation from the administration to us has been to maintain a 20% fund balance. Do you have a sense of what is customary around the state and kind of where we are in relation to most other districts?
For a district your size, I think that's fairly customary, and especially given that you're a recaptured district and your July 1 fiscal year district, so that you've got some cash flow issues that I think I would get a little nervous going too much below that, because you've got to think about carrying your expenses until tax collections come in.
Oh, not wanting to borrow.
And so I think that's going to drive it to need. I think that's an appropriate floor.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And thank you for the tool. I think we've used a similar tool before, and I think it was. I trust that your tool will even be better than the tool we've used before. But I think it was a really great way for us to have to grapple with the choices and the options, and really appreciate that, and hope that as the engagement continues with the community, I mean, I know it's been a really rich, strong mix of work to engage, that they will be invited to grapple with some of the same things as this starts coming into focus. So thank you for that.
I just wanted to echo some of the things Secretary Boswell mentioned about timing, and really, like, this is just the beginning. It's going to get worse next year. And so I think we're going to have to really have some good strategy sessions, some real conversations, perhaps some online training through the Edunomics Lab, but really thinking about how to make bigger cuts really thoughtfully, so that they have the least impact. I want to say thank you to all the chiefs and the team, because I know it's painful to say, oh, I'm willing to cut 7 people, 9 people, and I just hate that you all were in this position. But thank you for protecting our campuses. You stay true to your word, and I appreciate that. And I can't imagine what some of y'all are going to be doing with fewer people on your staff. So just really appreciate you. I had a question about the Vader, if that so I'm going to assume that we do it and it passes. I hope it all turns out great. When would we be able to maybe see a preliminary budget of how to use that money when it comes in? And I'm curious to know, would some of it be used to backfill some of these cuts that you're proposing now, or would it be used for something entirely different?
So I think I'd want to be, I think we can give you a timeline of, based on kind of what we just talked about, of when we would bring a framework for it, like what % of that might be used for compensation versus what % would be used for other cost offsets. The one thing I want to recognize is that we're still going to have a $30 million deficit, even at $30 million of cuts. And so a future increase in revenue, certainly in my mind, would go to address some of the needs, including compensation. But I think it would be a little premature at this moment to give like a percentage or an amount. But I think what would be really helpful, because this is something that I think we need to discuss, is that number and that % would change based on the cuts that we, as a board and collaboration with the administration, recommend. So if there is consensus that we're going to stop at $30 million in cuts, I think that adds clarity to what you do with the tax rate election. If there's not consensus that we're there yet and we want to explore further and to go deeper, then the offsetting cost, right? Like now the margin is now not 15 million. It changes everything. And so as sooner we get to a point where we know, is it 30 million, is it 40 million that we really want to explore, I think the quicker we'll be able to give you clarity around that. And so, yes, we want to do that. But I think having this conversation is critically important, equally important. And so I'm happy to come back in future work sessions, almost maybe continuously until we get through this process. But if we hear from the board today, Matthias, I really feel like you need to go do X, then, we're going to go explore X. And that's going to change the calculation across the board. So that's why I would say it that way. It's kind of a little bit of a moving target. And then we'll actually have property values on the 11th. Is that correct?
The 11th.
Yeah. So, and I do want to, point out that some of the things that kept us, I think, early in the year from getting where we needed to be in this process was the templates that we were receiving from TEA. I don't know if the team wants to speak to that. We didn't really talk about it publicly, but there were some things that we weren't quite certain of. And if we would have come too forward too soon with that information, our numbers could have been like way off. And I recall us actually pushing an information session in January to February, and it was because of that specific issue. We never really made it clear, but that's something that we probably should have looking back. So I don't know if there's anything, Ed, you'd like to add, or Dr. Bronson.
I can say that this has been a particularly hard year to get an accurate revenue estimate. Some of the property tax reduction that happened very late in the process, so after budgets were adopted. And it took some time for that to shake out. And so school districts didn't get the state's view of what their underlying property value was until February. And so in addition to that, and so, we sort of knew what we thought it would be, but that confirmation was really helpful. In addition to that, there was some compression of frozen levies that took a little while to shake out, and some hold harmlesses that took a little while to shake out, and frankly are in smaller degrees still shaking out. And so I think that is true, and we're seeing it statewide. There's just been more confusion this year than typical.
I have a question for Heather, actually, as I'm looking through this beautiful, little spreadsheet. So does add mean so it says add, take, and efficiency on the drop downs? I'm not sure I know what that means.
So it should say yes, no. Did we change it to yes, no, and yes and no? Let me go in and look at yours.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then the other thing is, I just want to kind of sketch, I think it'll be really helpful, Matthias, if we had a calendar that you guys share with the board and the officers or whoever are happy to help with that if needed, that just lays out like week by week what to expect with the budget. Because I feel like we're having to do like several months worth of work in the next 2 months with the budget, because I know many of us have questions directly around, and our LSG training is directly around having an understanding of how different strategies are going to impact our outcomes and constraints. So I just wanted to get that calendar so that we we have, like, one of the questions I've always had is, thinking one of our constraints in our current scorecard is related to vacancies at Title I schools. And so, like, I would want to know, how is the budget reflecting addressing that particular issue? And that's a rich conversation, and I'm sure every trustee has something that they're really interested in knowing. And I just want to make sure we have a chance to have that conversation.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, no, I think we could absolutely map that out. I think we have a pretty good understanding of what needs to occur. I would say the thing that may be a little bit of a moving target, honestly, is goal progress measures and goals and constraints aren't set. And so you could actually introduce a constraint that could influence an initiative, that could influence a cost. And so I just want to be very clear that that is something, for instance, right now in here, as you'll see in your table, I have no problem saying this, that there is a software reduction that includes how we track climate, right, at our schools. It's surveyed, y'all probably know the software. And so if you were to introduce a constraint that required us to measure something in some way, then that cost may not go away. Mm-hmm. And so I just, that's why, there's so much happening, like, all in parallel, and there's some things that are not going to happen for a couple weeks that will still, so there's a lot there. So I appreciate that. We'll map it out, but we're going to have to align with the LSG, not the LSG, the scorecard goals and constraints. But I think we know enough to be in a good place. But I do want to provide that caveat, because if the board goes in a certain direction, then we are going to have to provide a constraint progress measure that may require a tool that isn't in our existing budget. Does that make?
Yeah, oh, it makes perfect sense. Okay, easy peasy.
Working it.
Go ahead.
So, we have, I guess the first thing I would say is, in January of last year, when I first came on board, we created a comprehensive special education initiative. And that's what started the process with TEA. And that's what has been used. And some of the contracts that you see are evaluation contracts. That's what they are. And so I would say that the budget reflects, to the best of its ability, the current reality around the initiative to address special education. The initiatives within the strategies within the Stetson report are going to be used to develop a strategy, a kind of special education strategy. Out of that strategy will come an updated initiative, and the detail in that initiative will inform the budget. So I think we have a good handle. I think we have the funds in there, but we're not quite at a point because of where we are in the special education audit, strategy, and initiative refinement to do a one-to-one. But I do believe that we have the funds in there to make adjustments to address any concerns or costs, because I've read them all and I feel pretty good about where we are. So I think if I'm hearing you correctly, Trustee Zapata, if we were to explore, I'm not saying this is what we would do, but if what you're maybe exploring is a compensation strategy that perhaps rewards performance versus just flat, right? I think we're a little ways from being able to get there, and the reason being is because the evaluation processes that we have, I don't know, that could be relied upon in a way that would give certainty to the differences in pay that we would consider. We're just honestly kind of where we are in various systems of evaluation. So I guess I would say that, I could probably go on, but probably not good.
And I know we've been doing a lot of budget conversations, right? Anything that we've been hearing, forgot. Anything we've been hearing in the budget meetings, have been brought to the attention that are going to be addressed in the budget? Do we have any report on what we're hearing from the community around the budget conversations?
So I'll let Ed kind of speak to this, but before I hand it off, I would say my takeaways were what not to touch more than what to add. And I think that we try to reflect that to the best of our abilities in our approach to the $30 million deficit. There are lots of adds, as we talked about early on, if we were going to add, it'd have to be around a board priority, align with our values, right? So special education, compensation, and if there were key staff or positions that need to be added to address a larger initiative like MTSS. We've talked about interventionists. We talked about different things. That's kind of the universe of options we would consider. I don't know, Ed, if you want to speak to anything else, but that's why we brought those to the board maybe a month and a half ago as potential opportunities, but we're not yet at a point where we've cut enough or identified enough revenue to actually explore those truly, just because those are pretty large numbers to begin with. Go ahead.
The biggest thoughts that we've been hearing when we have our budget community forums are making sure that we do what we can as a district to retain our teachers, to retain our campus staff, and to minimize vacancies at the campus level. In addition to that, some of the things that we're hearing are with regards to budget cuts. If you're going to cut, make sure that you don't do it to the point where it's going to impact campuses. So they're concerned that if we're going to look at cuts, take it from central office operational level and not the campus level.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I just have a quick question as I'm working through this spreadsheet. It would be helpful to know like what percentage of, for example, DCCE's non-staffing, like it says there's going to be a cut of $73,000. Like I don't know what percentage that is of their whole budget, so it's hard for me to say yes or no. Would it be too? You have that?
We have that in our master sheet about how much we have a
okay.
Kind of like a workbook.
Because if that's like 90%, I'd be like, well, no. But if it's like 5%, I'd be like, sure.
Yeah, I can go in and add those.
Thank
so
you.
You all actually have your own separate sheet right now.
Okay.
So that's kind of give me
Got it.
a little bit of while you're an exec, I'll work on that.
Okay,
like I
no
said,
worries.
that side of the table there.
Thank you. All right, guys. I'm at 64 minutes. I think are we petered out? Did everyone get a chance to though ask a question? I want to make sure everyone gets a chance if they want to.
I mean, was there any like thoughts, direction? I mean, I guess it'd be helpful to know if there's feedback to the administration that we need to go explore other things to a certain degree. I guess for me strategically, I would want to turn over every stone until you begin to impact classrooms. And I would prefer to pursue a Vader before I impact the classrooms. And so I think coming to consensus around that would be a helpful takeaway. I mean, not necessarily.
Yes. Yes.
I think that's about all I can give you, honestly. We already said yes to that, but we got to digest this down. I mean, we read it, we saw it. It's 12 o'clock in the morning. So, I mean, we really got to see it. I have to see it, massage it, get through it. And because we've already kind of said, we got.
I think what would be helpful, so, and each person's going to process this their own way, but I would love if Ed could have office hours for the trustees, because I think some of it's going to be very individualized and some of it's kind of personal, staffing kind of stuff. So can we do that?
Yeah, we can get with Jacob and he could set those up.
Okay,
I'll be
and
available.
we could do,
Just unlock Ed's office. And it's like y'all should show up and.
Can we do 2 at a time or small groups?
Yeah.
Or so I would say if you're willing, if you want to do a one-on-one with Ed, fine, but we can do small groups too, and that would be, we won't talk about it to each other. Yes, correct. Well, the groups that are in.
I'm like, if you're in the same room, you mean other groups?
Yeah, you won't.
Yeah, that would break that.
Yeah, I guess if Christine can give us some guidance, connect with Christine too, to make sure we're doing it in a way that's legal. Otherwise, we can do individual conversations. So I think that would be helpful. And then the little calendar. I'm really curious to know about the contracts that you're cutting. And so you said you were going to give us detail on some of that. Okay.
I'm giving you the. Yeah, you're gonna have the whole sheet.
Okay, and that'll give us some. Okay, that's good. I think this is a good direction, if that's the answer you need. I think.
It's getting. I mean, yeah, I think directional is, guidance is helpful. So I think I've gotten what I needed. The one thing I will say is, as we coordinate with Christine and Ed to set up meetings, if there's an area of focus before you come into the meeting, let us know, because we may need to bring in another chief who is familiar with that department to provide that level of detail. Mm-hmm. Okay, so just, so Ed's not there answering questions about the law department.
Mm-hmm. No, that's great. I think this looks really good. I can tell a lot of work has gone into this, and it's not easy, but you guys are really taking it for the team and preserving where our most important work happens with kids directly. So thank you. And safety too. It's tough. So again, thanks y'all. Okay. Well, I think we can adjourn this open meeting then. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brownson. I don't know why that's such a hard name. It's
Dr.
so
Brownson.
easy, but I know. So we will now recess the open meeting at 12:06 a.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Codes. These all start with 551. So sections 551.074, .072, .073, .087. By the way, Jacob. Okay. .076, .0821, and .071. When we are finished with the exec session, we'll briefly return to the open session to formally adjourn the meeting. So thank you for joining us and have a great evening.